Hey, hi, hello. Good evening. Welcome to the middle of the week. Hope you've been having a good one so far. Mine has been pretty fine. I'm just like getting into like a new training course at my workplace because I'm gonna need some of that stuff for the next project we're gonna work on. And hello to Smile for Happiness, and hello Molecular Shadow Fox. Good evening to you both. It is good to see you, as always. How are you folks doing? Yeah. So, hey, guess what? We're gonna settle in here for another night of Grid 2019 because there's still career events to be done. We've gotten through like all of the main tracks. We did the 4 car categories they had. We did the Grid World Series. We did Fernando Alonso. So now all that's left is like 2 rows worth of invitations. I have no idea how many of those we're gonna get through tonight, but yeah, we'll go through it. We'll play through it and see how many we get through, right? Yeah. Not too bad, thanks. I'm all refreshed after a nap. Was a very long day. Oh boy. Yeah, getting back into the swing of things, but yeah. Probably still a little bit of adjustment period that needs to be done there, I bet. So yeah. You know, I'm starting to appreciate naps more and more. I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm getting up there in years, but you know, I'm not someone who can like just like work constantly through the day as I used to. I kind of need a little bit of time to, you know, step back and recharge myself. Maybe get my bearings kind of recalibrated and all that. Yeah. Was on the road at 5:30 this morning. Oh man. Ooh. Yeah. Definitely need a nap if you're up that early. That's for sure. Yeah. Ooh. Maybe the gray muzzle is settling in, but I find myself napping after meals like some doddering old person. Yeah, I kind of get that as well. I notice that occasionally, like during the weekend especially, I'll find myself sleeping in like a little bit more, and occasionally like after work or maybe like during the afternoon if I have nothing else, I'm like, alright, I have a few extra hours and I'm feeling a little drowsy. I'll probably just like, you know, just give in, right? Just give it in. Let myself sleep a little bit. Alright, so the first invitational we'll do is the classic mini trophy in San Fran. I wonder. Oh, okay, we're just getting right into it. So I'm guessing it'll be all like preset cars or something like that. Put your feet up on the recliner and it's fatal. Shut your eyes and it's like an hour later. Oh my god, the nap roulette. Yeah. Oh man, it's like, okay, just you know, settle in, kick back a bit. Oh boy, how long are you gonna be out? 20 minutes? A few hours? Who knows? Thankfully, like, anytime I take a nap, I usually don't have anything, like, you know, any sorts of gatherings or events planned for in the evening. So, if I get up, it's like, whenever, just, you know, you get up, you look around a bit, go, oh, what time is it? And you go, well, okay. And you kind of just, like, move on from there. Alright, we're right into it, just with some mini cars, alright. Do some time trials as usual. Or at least a qualifying lap, yeah. Here we go. Ooh, man. This one's a bit of a swerver. A little hard to brake. Really bad last night. I lay down on the sofa after tea at 6 and woke up at nearly 1 a.m. I was like shocked face. Oh man. Ooh, that's yeah. Oh boy. I know I've had cases where if my nephew is visiting, you know, I'm tucking him into bed, usually read a story to him, and like occasionally I'll have like the moments where I suddenly just like, you know, go what, right? Look at the clock and it's like, oh wow, it's kind of like past midnight. You know, at that point I just like walk out of the room all quiet like, and you know, my parents and my sister usually go, aha, you fell asleep, didn't you? And I go, yep, I did, I sure did.
Kristen, a pleasure as always to be in your company. And if you didn't know Kristen, everybody.
But yeah. That's like the one thing I try to at least avoid, because I know, like, you know, extra long sleep like that might throw your sleep schedule at a whack. So usually if I do take a nap, I at least try to set an alarm, maybe an hour, maybe like a few hours, just whatever maximum time I think I should be sleeping should be, just so that you know, I don't throw it completely out of rhythm there. Ever get that where you wake yourself up with a snort or a snore? I do actually. Yeah. Yeah, when I used like those sleep recording programs like Pokemon Sleep for a little bit, I definitely noticed that I snore and you know, definitely have those patterns where, you know, you like right, you just like suddenly you hear that like intermittent snoring that just suddenly becomes, you know, really staccato, and that's the point you realize that that's like, oh boy, that's probably the point where I kind of just like, you know, at least became conscious again, right? But yeah, my entire family like is a family of snorers, unfortunately. Like, I talk to anyone else, and they'll usually go, yeah, we heard you kind of sawing logs there last night. Or yeah, we heard you. But it never gets so bad that I just, like, I don't know. I never reached the point where I'm, like, completely sleepless after a while, right? I'm sure it might be something that could probably improve if I could find a way to stop that, you know? Because snoring usually is a symptom of something else, like sleep apnea and all that. I've had that with Sleep Aid Femboy ASMRs, just dozed off at the computer. Oh, man. Been a while since I last did that, just, like, fall asleep at the computer. I guess I should say where I fell asleep and I, you know, wake up and I'm like on top of the keyboard or something. Definitely had several cases where I fell asleep, right, and realized, oh, I must have leaned back and like just like really settled into my chair at some point, and you know, just time warped, as it were. Actually a lot more prevalent during college, because those were the nights where I would stay up, right, last minute to try to complete assignments and everything, and thankfully I never missed out, right, I never was late to submitting any of them because of me sleeping. Well, except for one. I think I missed a test. I missed a test a class was doing, and thankfully they were doing a retest, so I just attended it then and was able to make it up, so. I don't know. I'm hoping that's like something that hasn't happened to anyone else. Yeah, no, as opposed to the other things I ask about. I hope this isn't a case for anyone else where, you know, because they overslept, they happen to miss something, or they were late to something important or something like that, because that doesn't feel great. It doesn't feel great when it happens. I'll be real. There we go. Finish. We only had to finish in the top half, which I guess makes sense since this is an early invitational event. Alright, so the way these seem to work is that they go down the column and then just like go on, or go down, yeah, they go down the column and then go into like the next column in the row. So we're just gonna go kind of like that, right? Think of a something like a stitched line goes down and then up to and to the right and then down and up to the right and down and up to the right, so on and so forth. So next is going to be the Brands Hatch. We're going to the Brands Hatch track, believe it or not. Once again, it's all about the mini. Wow, look at that track. Oh man. Probably be real conductive to driving in minis. Or maybe in the supercars too. Ooh. It'd be real fun in a fast car. Never had that, but I've dozed off in pubs before. Just an afternoon of drinking Chardonnay. Woke up on the pool table. Oh boy.
Kristen, get me up to date with Brands Hatch. What have our drivers got in store today?
Those minis are super fun to drive in real life, like having a little go-kart for the road. Oh man. I imagine it would be novel. I wouldn't mind trying like a little tiny car once. Then again, I'm like a shorter person, so small cars wouldn't exactly be a hindrance for me. An icon of England. I think about it. I think I have seen this style of car in like a handful of British programs I've seen. When it comes to like so I sometimes miss owning mine. Oh man. Yeah, I can see that. This would be a pretty good conversation starter, I imagine. It's like, hey, wow, that's a pretty cute car. Very least, like, you see a car like this, and you just think, yeah, you know what, the person who owns it is probably, like, a decent fella, at least.
So now we turn our attention to Kristen, our expert on all things motorsport.
Rare you see those older ones now. You mainly see the modern minis. Imagine that's the case for, like, most cars. I know occasionally, at least in my area, you usually see kind of like what do you call it? Like a retro car parade happen sometimes, and people will just bring out like their old restored cars just to see a whole cavalcade of them. It's pretty cool. It is nice, right? People just like preserving these old designs, keeping them alive. Letting people in like the modern day maybe have a glimpse of what cars were like back in the day. Imagine all the additional work they have to put into it too, considering they don't make parts for those cars anymore. They probably have to get them custom made some way or another, and that would either take like a lot of time, a lot of materials, or a lot of money. And you know, that's like dedication to that kind of craft right there. Either being an enthusiast or like an expert on the subject matter. Either way, I admire their dedication to it. Yeah. That sounds right up my street. I bet it does. I get more hyped seeing an old car over like a supercar or a hypercar. Yeah. You know, the latter category tends to be there just as a symbol of status, right? Just owning the car alone lets people know you're kind of someone with a lot of money, at least if nothing else. But yeah, owning an old car, you kind of have to be a fan of that type, right? At the very least, a fan of old cars. But you could also be like a fan of the brand or that style, the make and model, or just maybe the history behind that kind of automobile to begin with. Yeah, you certainly see that. Ferrari, etc. I'm like, meh, but a 60s or 70s car, my ears prick up. And I don't know, some of the old school car designs can be pretty cool, like the classic hot rod design. I think there's something to be said about that. You see someone driving a hot rod, and you can kind of tell they got some sort of class to them, right? Maybe someone who's like an automotive enthusiast, or maybe someone who's even an expert. You know, someone who owns a car with like pop culture significance, like say a DeLorean. You know the kind of stuff they're into there too, right? Those big American land yachts, like those big Cadillacs. Yeah, the muscle car style. Something cool about that too. All right, there we go. Another invitational out of the way. You know, I looked through most of the invitationals. Most of them are like 1-round affairs. There are a handful like 3-round or 4-round races, so I suspect we'll be able to get through a good number of these, if not all of them. Alright. Oh, I guess the mini cup is like a 3-part invitational. Here we go. We're going to Havana. Yeah, this is something they probably could have just kind of turned into a 3-race event, to be honest, but they spread it out. I guess to fill out the career menu? Not sure. Stock up on cigars while you're there. Yeah. I don't smoke, though. I don't smoke. I don't know. Something about just cigarette smoke. Yeah, I don't know. Does not agree with my respiratory system. Much prefer fresher air. And some Havana Club run.
Hey everybody, you've been making a lot of noise.
Oh, speaking of which, did you hear? Apparently, like some old videos have surfaced about like Star Wars. How I think it was in Chile, right? The Chilean run of Star Wars, they spliced in like ads for a local beer there. I think I saw it on Colbert. They were talking about it there, and the way it just like cuts is absolutely hilarious, right? You see Obi-Wan going, "Oh man, I got something for you. Oh, here, let me go reach for it." Right? He walks over, and then suddenly you just see like cut to him opening a cooler filled with like the Cerveza Cristal bottles, and then just holds one up, and you got like that jingle with it. So brazen, yet they put in so much effort to make it look like actually part of the film that can't help but just smile. I think even better was just like people were just starting to do parodies of it. You saw Colbert again was doing it in the dumbest of places, like right, you know, the chest burster scene from Alien, right? Chest burster comes out, but now it's holding a Cerveza crystal bottle in its hands. Yeah, man, that was just a fun thing to happen. Product placement and all that, yeah. Again, it was like the brazenness and the fact that, you know, obviously not in the original film itself, but the fact that they spliced it in and made every effort they could to make it look seamless. gotta admire their moxie, their drive at least.
Hola, Havana. The Grid World Series is coming in hot. Kristen, what's...
Are there any other examples like ridiculous product placement that you might remember? Place the Wayne's World sponsorship scene here. I was thinking about the old television series Bones, in which people started to notice they had this like the characters in universe had this weird obsession with I forget what like brand vehicles they were driving. It was like the Ford something, but the way they would like talk about the car's features felt like they were trying to read off like a script for it. Right, they were talking about how, oh yeah, the onboard GPS of this car is gonna get us to our destination in record time, or something like that. It was weird, right? Clearly an ad for the Ford car, but written in a way that they tried to kind of integrate it in universe, but stuck out like a bit of a sore thumb. Sounds like one of those annoying infomercials that are like half an hour. Oh, man. You know, I didn't even realize that was a thing until recently. Like, when I was watching TV, I know that, you know, obviously TV programs will be interrupted by commercials because that's just how TV worked back in the day. But I didn't realize that sometimes they would just be running like half an hour dedicated to the particular product. At least for us, they tend to happen at just like butt o'clock when no one would be watching TV anyway, or in places like shopping networks where you would be expecting extended commercials anyway. So maybe that's why I didn't like quite pick up on them. After 2 a.m., most of our channels on satellite are U.S. infomercials. Yeah, like
halfway through the race.
yeah, around that time, right? Just about the time where everyone would probably be asleep anyway. You know, the kinds of people who would be up. I was like, no one would be watching TV shows anyway, so why not just put a commercial out there? A half-hour-long commercial. Usually home gym equipment, I'm like, who the hell is smiling, makeup and hair perfect when you're on a cross-trainer treadmill? Yeah, that does seem a little out of place, right? Who the heck is wearing makeup to a gym? It's gonna get ruined right away. Really do it for like a photo shoot, which clearly is what they're doing for those commercials, but hey.
Final lap, keep that lead intact.
I don't know, I'm at least glad there seems to be a pushback to, you know, just depicting people being completely made up, or, you know, being caked in makeup as like a normal. You know, some people are trying to go, no, man, this is like, let's show some actual faces, right? I mean, I get why some people would use makeup because, you know, it might help give a confidence boost and all that, and, you know, when you're doing certain things like, say, cross-play and what have you, makeup can be useful, but yeah, that shouldn't be a standard, right? It shouldn't be taken as normal. It should just be taken as like another option, right? NutriBullet blender was a big one for a while. Half an hour of chopping vegetables. Oh yeah, you can see how cooking appliances would. I could see how cooking appliances would take up a whole half hour. You could like disguise it as a cooking show, right? It was like, oh man, look at this cool shake I made, right? All you need to do is just like put a bunch of fruit a little bit of spinach into this press blender here, and then mix it together, and then pour it out. Or if they like advertise, you could just like drink straight from the container. You could do that too. Anyways, that's part 3 of the miniseries done. Man, that was kind of quick. I'm waiting for the one where they try the food and it's like, yeah, that's awful. Because every time it's like, that's delicious. That's only at the start of the commercial, right? The part where they showed this person who's like seems to be completely incompetent at doing anything, right? They make their food and they taste it, it's awful. And they go, yeah, but if you had this appliance, you could make your food taste amazing. So now we're off to the classic Touring Cup brands. Oh, back to Brands Hatch. Okay. Alright, I'm going to assume like every Invitational is going to have us with a preset car. Which I guess is fine, because that's like one less thing for me to think about. I just press the event, I can select the event and just get right in here. I guess they call it an Invitational for a reason. I'm here for the name power, I'm not here to show off my sick rides. Sharon from California. This is the best thing I've ever bought. Totally not an act or anything. Raises eyebrow. Right, I always get that. I always like those disclaimers. Like, absolutely a real customer, not an actor. The fact they gotta put that disclaimer on there to begin with. I think the one product I used to see in like infomercials a whole lot was like this bacon rack. They always advertise like, oh man, you're gonna like get the best, this crispiest bacon ever, and it's not gonna be like completely caked in grease or anything like that. Right, you just like, put your bacon in there, shove it in the microwave, and a few minutes later you get like the perfect bacon. I don't know why they pushed it so much. Actually, I do know why, because bacon. It's like around the time when bacon everything was just was the trend, one of the trends anyway. Excuse me. It's just seen as quirky. Man, I love bacon. I love it so much. Yeah, I'll have bacon in things. I'll have bacon with things that you don't normally have bacon. Yes. Look at my bacon-themed soap. My bacon-scented soap. And my bacon-flavored ice cream. And, my bacon pillows. And my bacon stress reliever. And all that. You need a shopping list? Alright, let me get my bacon sticky notes pad and write it down there. Bacon soda! Haha, yeah. Seems like they all assume everyone has a dishwasher because it's always like, cleanup is a breeze, just put it in the dishwasher. Yeah. You can't always take that as a guarantee. Like, there was one apartment I stayed at that absolutely did not have a dishwasher, so, every week, every few days or so, I would have to kind of spend about a half hour just, like, hand washing everything. I don't know, it makes me glad that the current apartment I live in does have a dishwasher. So it's just like, stick everything in the dishwasher, put in the soap, run it, and then, if there's an excess, you can just hand wash those real quick. That hard scrubbing was such a grind on caked-on food. Oh, man. Yeah. Certainly after, you finish with your baked goods or your casseroles or things like that. It's like you do that thing where you fill the pan up with hot water, maybe put a little soap in there, let it sit for a bit, and then just hope that you'll be able to scrub enough of it off. It's actually funny, even though the dishwasher usually does a good job of cleaning up all the dishes. If something is like extra greasy or extra oily or extra, dirty, I do actually like do a pre-hand wash. I don't know, I guess I'm just like worried there's going to be an instance where the dishwasher isn't going to completely wash off a dish and then, you know, whatever is left on there just ends up getting baked in more to the dish, so... Or, you know, I'll pull it out and it's still, like, a little oily or a little greasy, and like, Of course, the solution there would be to just, you know, put it back in the dishwasher for the next load and let it run in there again, but... Yeah. Yeah, to let it sit, roll, and put it off for a while, right? It's especially prevalent when you have a dishwasher, because, you know, it's like, yeah, you just put it in there. You just put it in there and let it run. Used to hate doing pans, especially after doing gravy or cheese sauce. Oh, man. That smell, too. Oh, boy. The kind of thing you might get used to, but sometimes you might not. Especially if you get, like, something that's especially fragrant. It compels you to wash it sooner because, you know, you can't let that linger for long because it ain't gonna stay food scented for long. Pan that's had tripe in. I don't know. I think hand washing is one of the skills that's generally useful to have because you can never guarantee that you always have access to a dishwasher, but on the other hand, if there's a dishwasher, then just use the dishwasher, right? Don't make people wash the dishes or anything like that, because it really doesn't save too much. I don't know, I think some people are of the mind that hand washing will save water, but I think studies have come out that have pretty much said, yeah, no, dishwashing, or putting things in the dishwasher is more efficient, right? Both in a water usage sense and kind of like a time spent sense, right? Because you're not spending like 30 minutes to an hour washing everything in the sink, and without like the rumored benefit of using less water. Well, there's like no reason to not use a dishwasher if you have access to it. Again, hand washing, useful skill to have in the off chance you don't have access to a dishwasher, but it's not something that should be taken as, like, the default, right? I was domesticated at an early age with washing up after meals. Yeah, me too. My parents would get on my case, right? They would go, no, yeah, you gotta wash your dishes after every night. And I don't know, I can see the point of that too, right? It's just like, take care of it while it's on your mind. Don't let the problem pile up, but I don't know. That's a case where it seems like hyper inefficient, right? Because whereas you might use, you know, maybe less soap for washing a whole stack of dishes, now you're using like soap every night, and you're gonna just end up going through soap more quickly. And then there's the obvious factor of water usage as well. You're gonna be using a lot more water to wash that handful of dishes. Again, if like you're being taught about how hand washing works and, you know, what you should be doing with it, okay, but after a certain point, it's just like don't go overboard with it. Sheesh. Yeah, it's weird. My parents, at the house I grew up in, you know, we didn't have a dishwasher to start, and then they installed a dishwasher because that's nice, and then they used it for like a little bit, but after a certain point, it just turned into like a glorified dish rack because they were weirdly insistent on hand washing everything, like, right away. Like, Come on. After a certain point, I had to wonder if they were trying to like prove a point or something, but maybe they just had like a different idea of how the world worked. For years, my nan did the laundry by hand when I was really little. Oh man. Fortunately, I don't know if my grandparents did laundry by hand. What they did do, though, was after doing the laundry, they would always hang them up outside, right? They would air dry them, and I guess it passed on to my parents, and they passed it on to us, right? We only ever put our clothes through the washing machine, and to dry them out, we hung them up. I don't know, it was alright. Again, a skill that might be useful to have in the off chance you don't have, like, access to a dryer, but if you do, then may as well use that. If in doubt, a maiden clothes horse for when it rains. I think we hung ours in the bathroom. We just, like, took the shower rod and turned it into an impromptu clothes hanger. Yeah, what we do is just, like, get a bunch of hangers and then put the wet clothes on them. Maybe put some clothespins on them to make sure they don't slip off or anything like that, and then we'd hang them up. And, you know, we'd obviously space them out so that they would dry out and not just, like, you know, congregate their moisture together or anything like that. As a kid, I was fascinated seeing the wet clothes steaming by the coal fire. Oh, man! Oh, okay. That's gotta be pretty cool, though. Yeah, just see the water vapor come off of it.
Kristen, the Grid World Series is here in Zhejiang. What should our drivers expect?
Well,
I think the closest I've gotten to that was just putting, like, wet clothes near a radiator, which obviously is pretty different from a coal fire. That usually happened if I was caught in the rain after walking out during the day. You know, my socks would be just, like, absolutely soaked, so I would just, like, stick them near the radiator to let them dry off. I guess that's at least, like, the one thing I can give my parents credit for, is that they taught me how to do my own chores. It's a very useful skill to have, you realize, when you grow up, because obviously they're not always going to be there to do things for you, so you gotta learn how to do it yourself. And definitely surprised me when I ran into a person who was, like, completely confounded as to how, like, say, a dishwasher worked, or a washing machine worked, or a dryer worked. I was like, oh man. Of course I would help him out, because, hey, you teach a person to fish and then they can be fed for life and all that. After a certain point, they gotta know how to do it so that they don't make any mistakes like that. Although that does make me wonder.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
Amazing what you pick up watching parents, right? Sometimes not. It's not all good. Sometimes also. That being said, you do, like, learn a lot of good stuff. for a moment. So it's not all bad. It's always the kind of thing you gotta watch for, especially when you're around little kids, right? Because they will pick up on things that you might not ever expect them to pick up. Like I remember one time I was watching my nephew, and I happened to be watching like anime at the time as well. And the one particular show I was watching had an intro song where like the characters would sing yay 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 yay, right? Like sort of cutesy style yay. Eventually my nephew would like repeat it along with them, right? They would sing yay 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 yay, and he would go yay 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 yay, just like that. I heard the first time I heard it, I was like, whoa. This makes you realize, yeah, they're aware of this stuff, and they will repeat things. Right, they'll repeat things, so you gotta be careful what you say and do around them. Make sure you're not like passing on anything that you might not want to, for sure. Yeah, they are little sponges sucking up information from everywhere. Yeah, just figuring out how things work, right? They observe someone doing something, and then, you know, their minds go, ah, so this is how that works, right? Thing happens, and then I do this other thing, or haha, this thing is funny, so I will keep repeating it because my mind gives me the funny, it gives me the tickles anytime I do it. Yeah, I remember long ago, my sister-in-law, I think it was my sister-in-law, or was it my brother? Forget, but one of them was like sharing a video of my nephew, and when he was like really young, he was pretending to like help wipe down the top of a toy chest, right? He had like a tissue in his hand. He was like walking around it and pretending to clean it, wipe it down, and you know, they were going, "Oh wow, you're such a good boy, cleaning up the toy chest like that." It was actually pretty adorable, especially when he faced the camera, just like had his happiest face on his, or happiest look on his face. I think that's like another thing that you realize that kids really like, right? They like being independent, right? They like being able to do things themselves.
Its name is synonymous.
So you gotta know when to kind of back off and let them try to figure it out, and maybe when to step in if maybe they really need the help in some way or another. Cute, yeah. It's like, I did a thing, right? Little extra step in their path to growing up. I love to see it, that's for sure. So did anyone catch like the Xbox partner preview today? It was like happened this afternoon in the US. They had like 30 minutes of just showing off games from their third-party developers. It was like pretty cool. Ah, you didn't. All right. Yeah, they had some interesting ones on there. Let's move on here. I was thrown into the deep end with independence. I clung to my mom like glue. She'd get up and it'd be, "Where are you going?" Oh man. that happened to me when I was younger. I do remember first day of kindergarten when I realized my parents were nowhere to be found. I was like practically inconsolable. It sure was a moment. Yeah, the partner preview, it was it's pretty interesting. It's a blind panic that day, yeah, right? Especially when I didn't realize what was going on there. I don't know. It was just like, I remember waking up and my parents just like taking me to this place that I had no knowledge of before, and apparently I was supposed to just now accept as my routine. Felt like that happened a lot when I was growing up. I'd just be like going about my day, and then suddenly my parents just bring, oh yeah, you're doing this thing now, right? I would be like at the library, and they just go, yeah, we signed you up to be a volunteer worker here now. We're gonna be bringing you here several nights a week, or like I'll be doing stuff during the summer, right? I think I'll have time to sleep in. You're like, no, wake up! You have a science program that we signed you up for that we're taking you to now. Like, wish we could at least talked about this or something. I don't know. It's like, yeah, suddenly you're surrounded by a load of kids and they're all strangers even. It's like an introvert's worst nightmare. It's like, especially you're not prepared for it in any way. You just gotta roll with it. And you know, some kids are just not good at that. They're not good with rolling with it. Yeah, wait, I didn't agree to this stuff. I wanted to lie in for summer days, right? I had plans, man, and just like threw a whole wrench in them.
You're through the halfway point.
I think there was like one time my parents actually reneged on like taking me to a program, because I think we like went there the first day, and I don't know, for some reason or another, I think they must have realized something was up about it, because they asked if we wanted to keep going to it, and we obviously said no, right? And they were like, all right, yeah, you don't have to go anymore, so we didn't. Tried to sign me up for sports and stuff. I was having none of it. Yeah, that's even worse when they try to put you in things that you're not, you don't want to do, right? Or you know you're not going to be good at. You have like no interest in it, but for some reason, like, oh yeah, you don't know, just like expand your horizons or something like that, or they could at least, you know, maybe trust the kid at their word and try to work with them to find a program that they will like. I don't know. You could try that too.
Keep that lead intact.
You know, help guide them on the path they want to go, and not. Sometimes I think some parents just want to do that so they can have another thing they can brag about to everyone else, right? They can just go, oh yeah, my kid is so good, they went to a summer camp for sports, and they're doing all these instruments, and they're part of these clubs as well, living vicariously through their children and all that. It's like they think of them as a sim or something like that, right? It's like, oh yeah, click on the piano to raise their piano skill, click on the kitchen to raise their cooking skill, click on the car to raise their mechanical skill, and stuff like that. Like, come on. At the very least, don't make it like a forced thing. At least be gentler about it. Go, you know, instead of going, hey, come over here, you go, right? It's like, come over here, watch me do this, so it's for your own good. And just go, hey, you want to come over here and watch me cook this thing so you can know how to do it next time? Something like that. Yeah. Riding my bike with my friends, all of a sudden you're going to the boys' brigade now to see if you like it. The competition gets so fierce. Reminds me of the one time my mom, for some reason, signed me up for like it was like a government program. And by that I mean you kind of like do like a teen government sort of thing, right? You're teenagers, but you pretend you're like in your like a kid version of a government. I had absolutely no interest in it, but they just kept on making me go to it. I don't know. Perhaps my least favorite thing I had to do. And thankfully, after that first period, they never made me go back again. Alright, we're off to the Ferrari Cup. On the note of like walking things back, I did read an article, right? Because I think we talked about how Wendy's was thinking about implementing surge pricing, which apparently was actually not that, but it was just I think the CEO bringing up surge pricing in like one of their talks or something like that. But I was reading an article where like the company, after they got like immense backlash for the whole surge pricing comment, they were like, yeah, no, we're actually not going to do that. Don't worry. The CEO was actually talking about something else when he brought up surge pricing. So yeah, at least they can recognize when an idea is like immensely unpopular and walk it back. Right. No matter which way the actual story goes, right? Whether they might actually have plans for doing that in the future, or if this was just something the CEO said off the cuff. At the very least, they come out to say, "Yeah, no, we're not actually doing that. Please, please stop telling us about this." But yeah, I'm glad they at least were able to see reason. I don't know. I guess I've seen like so many other companies just, despite people telling them how hugely unpopular whatever decision they're going to make is, they just end up doing it anyway because, hey, they got money, they got a hold of the market. Who cares what the common folk think and things like that. So I'm glad at least this one has a different ending. Of course, it stands to reason that they might actually try it maybe a little bit further down the line, but at least for now, we can at least, you know, take a deep breath after this one. I think the best part about this is, I saw Burger King was like doing a little promotion. They were like, yeah, we're giving out like free Whoppers, or not necessarily free. We're giving everyone like an extra Whopper if you like do like a certain amount of purchases on the app. So it's like something I did over the weekend. I just like got delivery from Burger King. Got my Whopper along with my rest of my order. It was nice. Oh, at the very least, it was as nice as U.S. fast food gets. add more money onto that if you use Uber Eats or one of those delivery companies. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's like what delivery entails in the US now. Right, it's like every restaurant has their online ordering form, right? It looks like you're ordering through there, but it turns out it actually kind of just like routes the order through, say, Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub, things like that. I usually can tell because then later I'll get a text. Right, I'll get a text on my phone that's just like, yes, your order is coming from DoorDash or something like that. So it's like, ah, okay, so that's how that works. Like even pizza delivery is like that now. Right, I remember when delivery was actually like part of the restaurant itself, but I guess with the rise of food delivery kind of like apps like that, you don't really have to keep delivery drivers on hand as much anymore. I don't know. I tend to use Deliveroo. I don't think we have that service around here. For the US, it's like mostly the ones I mentioned. At least nationally, DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats. There might be some like local delivery services here or there, but I'm not aware of them. They'll even deliver groceries. Ah, yeah. I think Uber has something similar to that. I think there are like in certain regions you can actually do grocery delivery through Amazon as well. I know like certain grocery stores also just have like a delivery thing you can do now. You can just like load up on groceries and get them dropped off at your doorstep. I've certainly heard of like horror stories about those grocery deliveries as well, where someone will be like, yeah, I ordered like this particular brand of food or something like that, but when I got the grocery bag, it turns out they gave me something completely different. Which is a bit of a shame. I feel like other stories I hear too, right, where they might get a call and the deliverer will be like, yeah, we're out of this particular brand. Is there something else you could substitute for that? Or maybe they'll just like get it taken off the delivery entirely. Or yeah. Certainly a complex thing, but they're a godsend for when you're at a con and you're far from a food place. Oh yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, when you're not like in the mood for fast food, you just wanna get like a whole stack of like snack items or like ingredients for some quick to make food you can have. It's nice there. Yeah, I think the only time I ever actually used a rideshare personally was when I was at a con. Right, and that was because I needed to like get food supplies. So I just downloaded one of the apps real quick and got myself a ride out to the grocery store and got my stuff. Yeah, now that grocery delivery is a thing, probably works out that way as well. Might actually even be better, because, you only have to pay the delivery fee, you don't have to pay for the fare to kind of, go back and forth and all that. Not to mention the time it takes to drive to the store and back. Or get driven to the store and back, I should say. Hello! Hello, Smile for Happiness. It's good to see you. How are you doing tonight? Then back for a room party, yeah. Yeah, just like do a second grocery run for more food because you know you got to do the like late night parties. Tired. Oh man, aren't we all?
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll
I mean, at least in where at least for most people, right? If you're not like in the Asian regions, definitely winding down the day, or at least
well, we're
past
about
that.
to see how this all plays out.
Those con parties are something else. Oh man, I remember when I went to cons like yearly. I would travel with a particular set of friends who would always go to the con rave. They would always, bring along like alcohol and mixers for it. Just get themselves drunk and then go off to the rave. I never went to them myself, only because the thought of just like going to a dark place crowded with people and filled with bass thumping music does not appeal to me, but they seem to enjoy it. At least for a while. I think after a point, I think they just went to cons to get drunk, but that's another story. I think my favorite part of cons is when it's like late at night and everyone's just hanging around in the lobby, just kind of winding down the day. Right, you just like find a group. Or no, there's one year where my friends, they had like a bunch of Magic the Gathering decks, so we just sat down at a table and we all started playing Commander, and of course we had some other folks just kind of roll up and go, "Oh man, are you playing Magic the Gathering? Mind if I jump in the next game?" And of course we get through like several games like that, and it was like pretty fun. It's a good conversation starter, right? Just like do something that maybe someone might find an interest in and go from there. Tabletop games tend to be pretty good for that. TCGs or pufferfish. Ugh. Yeah, sometimes it do be like that. Also, hello, Godfather154. Can meet some interesting folk at cons, yeah. Those are some interesting times. Right, you're like waiting in the line for a particular panel or an autograph signing or an event, so you just like strike up a conversation with the folks around you. Or something funny happens and you're just all looking at each other like, oh man, that happened, huh? Met my Horizon Car Club admin at one. Ah! That's the other fun part, right? Like, you're part of an online group and then you all meet in real life and they're like, ah, hey there! So this is the face of the person I've been speaking to. I think I met, like, one person from a forum through that. It's like a forum I used to go to, and I think the other user and I realized we went to the same con, so like one time she just like surprised me out of the blue. It was like, hey, are you this user from this website? I'm like, yeah, and she's like, oh yeah, I'm this user. I'm like, oh man, it's nice to meet you. Oh, that was fun times. How's it going? Oh, it's going pretty well. How are you doing tonight, Godfather? Don't be shy now. Has anyone else had that? You just like did like a real life meetup with some online friends? That can be fun sometimes. I don't know. I guess I'm lucky. I just had like mostly good experiences from that, or at the very least, the one time I met an online user, I had a good experience from it. I know there have been countless stories of worse happening, but for the most part, mine was like, was pretty cool. Good, just been lurking since the start. Ah, okay, yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I have. It was nice to put a face to the profile pic. Oh yeah, for sure. It's even funnier when, you know, there's an obvious, shall we say, dissonance between a profile pic and a real life person, right? It's like, oh, okay, so you're not this particular anime character that your profile pic is from, which, you know, obviously, yeah, but I guess depends on how different it is. It can be surprising. All right. Now for the next part of this American Ferrari Challenge Cup, another 2-rounder. Seems like these have been going by fairly quickly. Like going about a third of the way through. Of course, they've been mostly 1 or 2 rounders. We haven't hit like the 3 or 4 rounders yet, and I imagine things might slow down a little bit there. I'm not used to people seeing me and not my persona. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, especially if that's like the kind of online identity that you've been cultivating. Certainly might feel like a bit of a... it's definitely a change, right? People see you as a human and not as your online character, as it were. First turn and we're already off to a good start. Oh man, look at that spin out. Okay, you know what, it's early on. I think I could just restart. I just had to remember, take that turn a bit more slowly. Heck of a spin out though. Man, I can only imagine what, like, real life VTuber meetups must be like. Especially since, you know, VTubers tend to have, like, very specific appearance, and you imagine meeting those folks in real life. There are probably, most likely, do not resemble their online character. It's gotta throw some folks. Those hips took a knocking. Must be eye-opening, right? This makes you realize, oh man, there's a person behind that, right? It's like, oh yeah, they are more than the character they portray themselves as. Go. First for the qualifiers.
Welcome to the world-famous Indianapolis circuit for today's
blah blah
event.
blah. Oh wait, red, white, and blue balloons. I just noticed. How appropriate. I'm beginning to wonder if those colors of those balloons change depending on which track you're on. Like if tracks in different countries have like different colors of balloons. They probably do. I just haven't paid attention to them. Need that lottery win so I can go all out with my fursuit and have a blast at cons and stuff. Aw, man. Wouldn't that be the ideal? We could finally, like, do that sort of... Yeah. Just being able to kind of go out and present yourself the way you want to. sounds like a fantastic end goal. I guess for me, at least, I could at least see the sort of the timeline of things that led up to me becoming a VTuber, because I remember all the forums I used to frequent. I eventually just like switched over to using anime avatars, right? Mostly like the moe femme-looking ones. You know, just like
Final lap.
you can see the pathway to a point where I'm using like a anime avatar now while streaming, right? Win on the Saturday and start working on the bucket list. Seems like a lot of people seem to have that fantasy, just have the sudden windfall of money, and just like, oh man, the whole world's opened up to me. Certainly understand that. Feels like a lot of things could be, a lot of problems people have could be solved if they just had a whole lot of money. Which makes sense, because that's how the world goes round. Sure, if you're especially resourceful, you could stretch that money out, but for the most part, just having money on hand means you don't have to worry about things like, say, paying bills or paying rent or deciding how much food you should get for a particular period of time or things like that. You're set, right? You can put your time and effort towards other things that you're interested in. Knowing me, it'd be like, okay, time to commission some art. Yeah, I thought of just wanting to get another art commission. Like, there's like a few folks that have prices that I think are within my range on Skeb that have art styles that I would want them to kind of maybe do a piece for me. But as I said before, it's the kind of thing I gotta make sure I do in moderation. It's like, now it's like Skeb and VGen that I usually go to for like art stuff. Skeb if I want to do like a surprise me kind of sketch, and then VGen is where I go to if there's like a particular kind of style or a thing I'm looking for. And
we're heading into the final round
usually
now. Where is
someone
the
there
ball
has
tonight?
something like that.
Tell me what's gonna happen.
Wouldn't mind having some NSFW art of Shadow at some point just to have for the collection. That would be like one of those things where I have to make sure to get a separate account for that, right? Make sure I leave don't leave a paper trail, as it were, right? Don't want to have the roads coming back to you. Probably have to take a look at my bank account tonight so I can calculate stuff and make sure that there's enough in the budget for a cheap art piece or not. Yeah, now I got like the profile pic style stuff taken care of. I might try to look for artists and have more specific requests for them. Just like ask them for maybe various action poses and scenarios for my character. If I won a lot of money, I would feel I would just live the same, but just not work. Yeah, it's probably the smartest way to do it, right? Don't, like, change your lifestyle. Don't completely overhaul it, right? Don't start living the high life, as it were. I've definitely read enough stories where people have done that and they just end up running out of money in, like, a few months. Seems like the best thing to do to not let that money kind of ruin you is to just put it aside, right? Maybe go about your life. Maybe change things up a little bit, but don't start high rolling or anything like that. It's not just for like money management issues, but also just to keep a low profile so that, shall we say, more opportunistic folk won't suddenly just come to you and try to get at your winnings. I'd defo spruce my house up with top-notch furnishings and extend my garage to 3 spaces. Oh yeah, bro. Definitely... I guess I shouldn't say... save everything, right? Like, sure, go ahead and get a house, right? Get yourself a low-end car, right? Don't get like a Lambo or a Ferrari or something like that, but yeah. Get the things that will let you live a more comfortable mid-range life, and then just like settle down there. I guess on the flip side, you could use that money altruistically. You could donate it to a charity, perhaps. I'm sure that would probably be a good thing. I'm sure, at the very least, people would see you positively for it. Or get that farmland I've been wanting to build the ultimate fox cave. Ooh. It'll help you live out the life you've always wanted. And sure. Oh, again, it's just like, don't go overboard.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
Place to work on project cars and stuff. Oh yeah, I can imagine a farmland being very useful for that. You could just, yeah, you could definitely have a lot more space to kind of just like spread things out and have things. You can visualize it more, so I bet. Less cramped. I would broaden my food horizons. That would be... well, depends, right? If you are getting yourself some high-quality food, that's all great. Just, you know, don't get expensive food for expensive food's sake, I guess. Like, I remember reading on Twitter about, like, one fella who... I forget, like, how much the dish they ate was... it was at least 3 digits, and... I don't know. I can't help but imagine there isn't anything out there I could think of that would be worth paying, like 3 digits worth of money for. I don't know. Like, even hitting like $30 is already starting to be a bit much for me. Like if I bought a steak and it was like $25 or something, that's probably too expensive. Like, seriously? Nah, instead of nuggets, I would eat tenders. Well, I guess you gotta start somewhere, right? I've seen some burgers for over $100 because it has gold leaf on. Seems like a waste of perfectly good gold. I don't know. I find it weird that people use gold for this like completely superfluous stuff when I don't think gold tastes like anything. It's really only there just to up the price. I mean, for that kind of thing, I would much rather have a gold product that at least is persistent, right? Give me like a gold-plated thing, or like, I don't know. Gold is a very conductive metal, and they actually use it in circuit boards. Why are we using it for decorative objects? This should be like the kind of thing that they should use for electronics, because there serves like a more practical use, right? All right, let's off to the Asian Ferrari Cup. The Okutama Sprint. Wow, Ferraris and Okutama. Outrun, eat your heart out. I would like to try a tomahawk steak once at least. Wait, is that like the steak with like an axe in it? Or is that like a steak cooked in a certain way that involves an axe somehow? I'm not even gonna do a qualifier for this. We're just getting right into it. If I do a qualifier, I'm just gonna race this track twice. I'll just like start from the back and work my way up. But yeah, I wouldn't get a super hypercar. Oh man. I feel like that would be like the one thing I actually splurged on. And it would be precisely because I could brag about it. Sure as heck wouldn't drive it all that much. It would be the one thing I would watch though. It's like, yeah, don't overspend. Just maybe get a luxury thing or two, but absolutely stow away to rest and live comfortably and all that. One thing for sure, I paid for my boyfriend to emigrate here to live with me. Aww. See, that's a good thing to do. Help out your other folks. I've certainly seen that, at least from certain streamers, right? They'll talk about how they bought places for their parents, or they bought like extra large meal, extra extravagant meal for their family, and things like that. It's like, you know what? That's probably a worthy use of money right there. Help prop others up, right? Rising tides and all that. At the very least, lets them know that, hey, I want to thank you for being there for me, if they were there for you. It's actually one thing I do feel a little bad about. And my brother got everyone like a copy of Lethal Company. He just like gifted it to everyone in our friends group. one day, because I guess he's just really excited to try it out. And last weekend, we actually did try it out. Unfortunately, that game just, like, spooks me something fierce. And we were on, like, the earliest level areas as well. And I was already, like, suitably freaked out by it. So I'm not sure if I'll go back to it. And, like, I'm feeling kind of bad, because, you know, it's like, Lethal Companies, they cost money, right? It's not the most expensive thing, but definitely have to budget for it. So kind of feel bad because I don't want to play Lethal Company anymore. That's nice. Yeah, it is. I see why you don't play scary games. Oh man, I think anyone who watched me play Shadows Over Loathing can attest to that. Y'all remember that one house I went to, right? That just went like all sorts of wrong after you went up into the attic. And then I walked down, there was that shelf with the plates all broke, and I just like freaked the fuck out over it. That wasn't even like the scariest of things they had there. It wasn't even like, you know, that scary in retrospect, but oh my god. I was, I then hated it. At that moment, I absolutely hated it. Love me some good horror. Yeah, I know some people absolutely enjoy it, and yeah, I was running back and forth. I was just like flipping the fuck out. It's weird, right? There are certain things that I'm like able to manage, like Alan Wake series. This is like within that sort of genre of horror, but I played through the entirety of the first game, right? I think
And we're heading into the final round now.
I think the factors in play pretty much have to do with like my ability to fight back, and like how unsettling the entire situation is. Right, with Alan Wake, obviously the situation is unsettling there, but it's not like exceedingly so. And Alan Wake does have the ability to kind of, you know, shoot all his enemies, so it was something I could manage. And something like, say, Resident Evil, right? Despite that being like pretty grotesque at times. Most of the characters you're controlling tend to be stuffed to the gills with weapons, so I think I could probably like manage something like that as well. But on the flip side, right? You ask me if I'm gonna play something like nuts. Say like Silent Hill, perhaps. Maybe not so much, because, you know, the unsettlingness factor of that is going to be, like, through the roof. And, you know, your ability to fight back is probably much more limited, so something you just gotta be aware of. It's the music in Resident Evil that gives it that creepy ambiance, so I can imagine. Right, gotta make sure it's like quiet at the parts where it needs to be quiet, and maybe just unsettling enough to keep the player on edge. And you finally get like the big jump scare. You gotta go all out with it and really add to that freak out factor. Yeah, on the flip side, Dead Silence can be just as unsettling. Only because, you know, they're like holding it back. They're just keeping you in suspense. So it's like, oh man, when are we gonna throw the huge monster at you? You don't know. You just gotta be ready, and it's that sort of tense readiness that's gonna keep you on edge the whole time, for sure. I certainly get the appeal of that. Ooh, level 55. Yep. The Quiet Place must be a terrible movie for some people. What is The Quiet Place? I'm assuming that's like a very that's a movie that's like about a lot of silence. If I had to hazard a guess. All right, next up is the Ford Sierra Group A trophy. Let's get in here. A horror movie. Ah, okay. So it's all about that sort of unsettlingness of the silence. You're just waiting for the big scare to happen, and it's just all quiet. Yeah. 2 movies getting a third. Huh. I guess it sat really well with people. For me, I'm a gore hound, so the bloodier the better. Yeah, it's like, hey, everyone's got their particular appeals. For me, I'm just like more of a fan of, say, comedies or like action. Give me like an action movie or action thriller. Those tend to be more of my stuff. Right, give me like a John Wick or a Transporter. Or I'm trying to think of what others are out there. Oh, I guess Marvel movie, Marvel Cinematic Universe movie. That's my kind of thing. I gotta admit, I did drop off MCU after Endgame. I don't know. Feels like they're just spinning their wheels after the fact. I think like everyone has kind of noticed that too, and they're starting to get a little tired of it. It's like a postscript season of sorts, right? It's like that TV series that has that major conflict throughout the entire thing that just goes through and then finally resolve it, but for some reason they come back for another season. So it just feels weird because, you know, the entire reason that the team was assembled is gone, so they had to like make up this new foe super quick, which feels out of place. Just even though it makes me sound like some unhinged foxy. As long as I think, you know, you keep it separate, it all works out, right? As long as you're just a fan of gore on screen. Yeah, after Endgame, it's been really mid. I've heard that from a lot of people. In the last 10 years, there's only been one film that I really wanted to see. The rest, it was like, yeah, no, I'll pass. Yeah, especially since they've been kind of going ham with it. It's not just movies anymore. They've been doing, like, TV series now, and there's been, like, other supplementary material as well. It gets, like, a bit bloated to keep up, which incidentally is a lot like the comic book industry that Marvel was obviously inspired by. Right? You can't just like watch a particular movie anymore and be good with it. You gotta like watch these other movies to understand the context of certain scenes and, you know, to know where the stinger is gonna lead to and all that. Everyone's burned out and so sick of superhero films. It kind of feels like that. Disney have milked that teeth dry. It sure does feel like that. Kind of thing where it's like, maybe they should have perhaps wrap things up after Endgame. Just use that as like the grand finale of the MCU saga. Called it a day. But, well, it's a money machine, and what is a money machine if not printing money? Gonna keep running that machine until it becomes run down and all that.
Great first lap, you're leading the race.
I think it's funny because I think, at least when the MCU did, like, kind of get started rolling, like, I think what people did like about it was that it wasn't confusing, right? You watch certain movies and they give you, like, the broad strokes of a superhero origin, and, you know, that would be that, and, all the various interconnections and everything wasn't so bad because there weren't so many movies out there, but as it kept expanding and kept getting more confusing, it was just overwhelming after a while. Let franchises die already. At least let them end, right? Let them end on a good note. Right, just let them, like, come to a natural end. Let the plot wrap things up, and everyone move along their merry way, but fortunately, that's not how capitalism works.
Final lap, keep that lead intact.
And there's that movie that, like, came out, like, not too long ago. I think it was, like, Madame Web, that got poorly reviewed by both, like, professional reviewers and moviegoers alike. Seems like no one liked that movie. And it didn't even have, like, a meme-tic quality to it like Morbius did. Just nobody liked Madame Web. I think I read somewhere that the person, like one of the actresses who starred in Madame Web, actually took a jab at it when they hosted for SNL. It's just, yeah. It's just like the kind of thing you couldn't repeat, right? It's like the first time when Morbius came out, it was just funny to go, ah ha ha, this bad movie is actually, we're just gonna pretend it's like really, really awesome and the best movie ever. But it's not the kind of thing you could do twice, right? Second time is just sad. It's like a variant of fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. It's just like something like that. We don't talk about that Spider-Man movie. We really need a Killer Instinct animated film. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I feel like it would be more likely we'd see something related to Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter. I think they did make some Mortal Kombat films, now I think about it. I know they made some animated Mortal Kombat films. I believe there was a live-action one not too long ago, but don't quote me on that. It's morbing time. Yeah, I remember that. Morbing time, or $1 billion, morbed all over the enemies. I think like part of all the Morbius memes, it also helped that morb is just like an inherently funny thing to say, right? What is morb? Who cares? It's just, you say morb and you're like, hee hee hee, morb. Doesn't matter what it stands for, it's just funny to say. Look at the great job manga did with the animated film. Great job manga did with the animated film. Not quite sure if I follow there. Ooh, we're going to Sydney. Sydney National Park, and this is a one-rounder. Oh, the Street Fighter animated film. Ah, yeah, okay. You love that film. Ah, cool. Still have the VHS. Is that the one where Bison's yes, yes line comes from? Or am I thinking like the animated series? Sorry, I think I might have mixed those up.
Those making their way to the stands here at the Sydney Motorsport Park for this exciting
No, that was a series. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, it is nice when you get a film adaptation that adapts the property, at least in a respectful manner, right? At least gets things right and does the original franchise justice, like the Street Fighter movie, and I guess Sonic the Hedgehog would be like the most recent example of that. Oh, and the Mario movie, of course. Can't forget the Mario movie. Everyone loved the Mario movie. A lot better than that really badly animated 3D Mortal Kombat series that came with the first film as a bonus. Oh man, just can only imagine 3D CG back in the 90s and how that worked out. Like, I don't know, I remember watching, like, say, Reboot, The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest, and their 3D segments and thinking, oh man, this is some real cutting edge looking stuff. Right. Look at it these days, and it's like, aha, yeah. Boy, that looks kind of primitive. Right? Even if you, like, kind of take it for what it was at the time, it's just like, oh man, I can't believe I thought this would be, like, peak 3D or something like that. Oh, games adaptation did win most of the film awards last year. Oh, man. Oh, right, that was a qualifier, so now we're going to get here to the 5-lap race. Holy cow. 2.42 miles. Okay, so we'll be here for a bit.
This is the Sydney Motorsport Park, a place Kristen... Okay, it looks like the race is about to start.
Might as well not waste any time, just, like, start racing. Just gotta wait for FNAF 2 now. I've certainly seen a rise in that, just a rise of video game and like anime and manga series that get like film/TV adaptations. Some of them end up being really good. Like I know the Castlevania animated series got all sorts of praises, and the One Piece live-action series was very well received. So I guess I could perhaps see why people would want to try to replicate that success and grab another property and try to adapt that as well. Castlevania was so good on Netflix. A slow burn, but worth a watch. I can imagine. I hope the Borderlands movie is good. I think they released a new teaser for it not too long ago, didn't they? At least from like what I saw from the trailer, it looks like at least visually they're trying to kind of recreate that visual style Borderlands games have, so we'll give them credit for that at least.
Good start. Hold the lead.
Such a shame we never got to see Johnny Gat and the Saints on the big screen. wonder what kind of style they would have taken there. I feel like for the kind of irreverent direction later Saints Row's games took, it would have to be like a parody of the gangster movies you would kind of see on film, right? Like either ridiculously over the top or just fundamentally absurd in some way or another. Would it need to be a 15 because of the penetrator? Yeah, there's definitely a lot of factors that would cause the age rating to get bumped up. I feel like if there were multiple Saints Row's movies, it'd be like that kind of thing that like morphs over time, right? The first game might start out like a sort of a gangster style film, but eventually it would transition to like a big old action movie, like how Saints Row 4 was just turned it out to be a whole more action oriented game. I can see the first one being like another Snatch or Lockstock. I haven't heard of Snatch or Lockstock, but I'm going to assume those are very, very traditional, like, kind of like a gangster style movie. Yup. Yeah. Saints Row 1 itself was just like a much more straight, kind of like that open city crime kind of game. You know, the sequel to Saints Row would start to kind of dip itself into more absurd things, but the main plot was still serious, so would at least keep that aspect. Maybe just have like a bit more of absurdity to it, and then the third movie would be where they go, like, completely off the rails.
2 laps to go.
Like Saints Row 3 did, when they kind of helped forge its own identity. Typical mute player. I do remember that being, like, the source of a gag in Saints Row 2, I want to say? Yeah, they at least poked fun at the fact that the player character was mute in the previous game. Especially since, like, if I remember correctly, Saints Row 1 kind of restricted you in a way. Like, you could only ever be a dude. It wasn't until Saints Row 2 where they let you choose your gender. So I remember the running joke for that game would always be people asking you, "Oh wow, did you change your hair?" When, for all intents and purposes, a lot more could have changed, right? 3 was just so fun. It was. I did enjoy it. It felt like peak Saints Row. It was like the humor kind of firing for the most part, and, you know, the cars vehicles and stuff just feeling real great, and the city just having a lot of stuff for you to do, and the side activities being at their own peak as well.
Listen up. Hold the lead. Last lap.
It just all came together pretty well. 4 might be my favorite, but I will also agree that maybe it strayed a bit too far from the whole, like, you know, open world crime roots that the earlier Saints Row games had. That was much more of like a Crackdown style superhero game where you just, like, you know, traverse the city really quickly and in large bounds. I enjoyed it for what it was, but I know other people would prefer the third, and I can see why they would. I'd be a happy Foxy if they added Professor Genki in a live-action film. I mean, they would have to, right? I think his stuff was pretty popular. I think the character himself was pretty popular, too. I remember seeing, like, a Professor Genki cosplayer at a convention once. This was a while ago. But I thought, man, they sure put in effort to make this costume, so props to them for that. Yes, hyper-reality climax. The super ethical hyper-reality climax. I think it helped because it felt like a kind of a really grungy game show kind of deal. Right? They were just like these really condensed levels of you kind of doing stuff, right? Fighting your way through mostly, but also accomplishing other tasks as was required. I mean, it was like to the point where I think was Gat's loyalty mission in Saints Row 4. The part of it was just you and Gat just going through like a virtual reality version of the ethical hyper climax, because I was like, oh man, you were missing out. So we're just gonna play a little catch up. I remember that part because I think they were like playing The Boys Are Back in Town for that segment too. I'm like, ah, yeah, you know what? It all came together pretty well. Yeah, shoot the panda. Unethical. How dare you do that? You know pandas are quite endangered, right? Oh man, we got a 3-rounder here. The World Challenge. Let's get out there. Time to rock this world. Going to Silverstone to start. Where else are we going? 2 more tracks after that. It is a 3-rounder. Those games were all good until they released the brutes. Yeah, any sort of enemy that kind of forces you to change up your strategy. Certainly throws you. I imagine it's like even more, it's like even more harrowing in 3 because you did have like the 3 different gangs and they all had like different versions of elite enemies, so like different strategies you had to adapt to depending on who you were fighting. Zombie one is creepy as hell, and there's one in Zemo's dungeon in a schoolgirl outfit. Oh man. I forgot about those. But it's been a while since I've played the 3rd. Just says Grid World Series. Did you have a favorite mission? In the 3rd. I think it would have to be like that one mission with the Deckers, I think, where you stormed virtual reality and you went through like a whole bunch of different gameplay styles. So like, you know, you'd be doing your 3rd-person shooting stuff and then suddenly you'd be transported into like a combat style minigame where you're like a top-down shooting tanks with bouncing bullets. And I think there's like another part where you would end up in a a text adventure. You have to go through that. Oh yeah, Matt would mix up your controls. Yeah, and of course, after a certain point, you would also like turn into a toilet because, of course, you would turn into a toilet because, haha, toilet. Yeah, and that was like the point where Matt would start breaking down to. He would just like get all freaked out because you were kicking his butt at his home turf. Yeah, that was part of my favorite. We're just like how much it mixed things up. I love that intro theme when you enter the Decker's Usenet. It's good stuff. What was your favorite mission? What did you enjoy the most? Yeah, from any Saints Row game. Ooh, I did like that other mission with the luchadors where you're fighting in the ring, only because they, after a certain point, they play like, was it Joe Esposito's "You're the Best Around" after a point while you're beating things up, and I just found that hilarious and appropriate. For some reason, I love the hobo in 3. I mean, it's an appropriate pun. I'll give him that. What did that mission entail again? Have to refresh me on that. I have to imagine that it involved what was it, that auto-tune guy and a boat and his workers. Although we do have ads at the moment. I was on another stream last night and they were kind of low-key complaining about them. They're like, oh man, ads always seem to come when the streamer is about to respond to something from chat. Right, they're about to say something, to see boom, ads. Like, oh man. You and Zemos head to the cargo ship, open up the containers, and get picked up by a helicopter carrying a container full of hose. You know what? That tracks. Makes the entire name of the mission make sense. And yeah, that's like a pretty fundamentally goofy sounding mission. I guess the idea of the guy who just speaks entirely in auto-tune is pretty funny, right? It's that kind of thing you only normally hear like in brief instances, but the guy who just like makes his entire thing, that auto-tune is pretty good. The one where you're dressed as the Cardinal was a fun one too. Was that the one where you're like dressed as the general guy and like your player character has to pretend to act like him, and so like with the voice modulator, you just hear them like slip up and try to stay in character, but they mess up here and there. That one was pretty fun. Cardinal and one of the twins was a nun. You break into Stag HQ, kidnap Josh Burke. Ah, okay.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
Gotta admit, it really has been a while since I played Saints Row. Man, these details are feeling like new to me. I would say I'd play Saints Row the 3rd as like a stream thing, but I know there's a lot of music in there that probably would trip up Twitch and YouTube, like music tripping systems. And I don't know if those games have like a streamer mode, or if there's like a streamer mode mod or something like that. I'm not sure if there's like that would be worth the risk or anything like that. I guess worst comes to worst, I could just like turn the music all the way down and play like an original soundtrack on top of that, but it just wouldn't be the same, you know? Right, that invasion into the high-rise building just would not be the same if you didn't have that one song playing behind it, or you know, Bonnie Tyler's "I Need a Hero" during the finale. It just wouldn't be the same without that. Or was it "Holding Out for a Hero," not "I Need a Hero"? That one you mentioned was a good one too, breaking into Stag aircraft carrier. Yeah, the writing team was kind of on point for Saints Row the 3rd and 4. Felt like they kind of nailed it in both of those scripts. Alright, off to the next leg of this tour here. Always thought the Stag Leader was another version of Chip Hazard from Small Soldiers. Oh man. That's a name I haven't heard for a while. I vaguely recall watching Small Soldiers as a kid. That was like the film where like these kids kind of came across some toys that had like little microchips in them, so they were like fully acted out and everything, but it turns out some of the chips were like actually like top secret government chips or something like that. So
For those making their way into the stands here and just
you know, the
settling
soldiers
into
would
the
come to
event
life and help the kids defend against the government agents coming back for the chips, or like some nefarious group who wanted a hold of those chips or something like that. Yeah, military grade chips. Yeah.
Let me tell you, it is always a massive regret.
Yeah, the thought of toys just coming to life is always a fun one. Right, it's like the natural extension of what kids would already do, right? Just like you pretend to play with the toys, but now what if the toys are like completely autonomous? Oh man. It's like imagination come to life, and that's probably has an appeal. Had the legend Dennis Leary and Phil Hartman. Names I haven't heard for a while. Oh my god, that was quick. How many laps was this again? 3. Okay, this race will be over in a flash. I see Phil Hartman. I automatically think Lionel Hutz, attorney at law. Forget what that film was about. Oh, the famous shyster lawyer in The Simpsons. Okay. I thought that was like a film or something. Sounds like one of those comedy law film movies. Like along the levels of, say, Liar, Liar, or Miss Congeniality or something like that. I was just about to say Liar, Liar.
Good start. Hold the lead.
It's kind of funny just how much some parts of that film still resonate to this day. I guess it helps that Jim Carrey kind of put it his all. Or he just made everything look absolutely absurd and over the top. I think what helps it is that everyone else has like the appropriate reaction to it. But never so much so that, like, you know, completely detracts from the plot. They're just like, oh yeah, this guy's up to his usual antics again. Just kind of roll with it and then deal with it. That's what makes it work. This is Forgotten Films was on recently, The Cable Guy. Oh yeah, I guess that is a forgotten film because I don't remember that. What was that one about? Although if it's with Jim Carrey, it's probably appropriately wacky as usual. Alright, that's event 2-3 done. Getting to the last part here. He's got that rubbery face that just makes you laugh. It's a very expressive face, that's for sure. You need him to like just do something that's completely over the top, and he does extremely well in that sort of role.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen, tell me what's gonna happen.
Well, I doubt we're going to see anyone.
We're going to USA for this one. Let's get in here. I don't know why, but I'm like feeling extra itchy tonight. I feel like it's like some part of my body just suddenly has that itch and I'm like, oh man, I gotta scratch it. So if I leave it alone, it's gonna just get worse. Never seem to hear of Mike Myers these days. I guess you got a point there. 'Cause I definitely haven't heard about him for better or worse. Maybe he's like at the point where he's just taking roles he wants to do, or maybe he's decided to kind of quietly, oh man, depart from the scene. Or maybe something else happened to him. Now I want to look this up. I want to see if what this guy's been up to. Last thing I remember was him in was Cat in the Hat. Oh, you know what? If I remember correctly, was that film not received well? I don't remember people having good things to say about it, or maybe they didn't have much to say about it. But perhaps if that was like his last big role, maybe that might have had something to do with it. thing I don't like about this track. I wish the legal track area were more clearly denoted in some areas. Feels like it should be obvious, but I don't know. For some reason I seem to miss all the obvious signs. Alright, a 3-lapper, so this will be over in a fair amount of time.
And we're heading into the final round now.
Yes, we are, and we're just getting right into it. Yes, I see the first place driver is rapidly hammering the A1. Let's go right down to the track here. "2022 was his last film with Christian Bale called Amsterdam." Well, I know Christian Bale's like a pretty high-profile fella, so gotta admit, this is the first time I've heard of a Amsterdam. Wonder how that went. "1930s murder film according to IMDb." Maybe this was like for the art kind of reason then. Right. Well, it took up the role because he thought, oh, hey, this is something I'm interested in, and wanted to do it. I could respect that, at least. Right. Don't do things just because you want the money. Do it because it's a role you think you'll like. On the other hand, I have heard stories of like other actors who passed up on certain roles, and you look back and you kind of wonder why. I think there's that rather famous case of Sean Connery. I think he like took up that one role in like the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and he had turned out other roles. I think one of them was like for a thing that would end up blowing up super huge, whereas League of Extraordinary Gentlemen didn't. And people were just like, oh man, can you believe he actually passed up that super famous franchise? I cannot remember the name for the life of me for some reason, but yeah. Even I was just remember, oh man, that was... I wonder what he must have felt. That was such a flop. Yeah. Was. Like, I remember watching it, and I didn't think anything much of it. I just like, yeah, that happened, and went on with my life. I was so bored watching the League film. Ah, man. The only good thing for me was that cool car they had. I bet you were into the car, weren't you? But yeah, it's kind of like the worst thing a film could be is just boring, right? Like a film that's like, you know, exciting or funny or like really cool is obvious. But even a bad movie can be at least remembered in public conscience that way, right? Something, even if it's like exceedingly bad or just like so bad that it's hilarious to watch, at the very least, it'll be remembered. But a movie that's just boring, it's like something that doesn't make you feel things in any way. It's just, oh man, it's not worth watching, right? You don't want to watch it because, well, there's other things you could be doing, like watching an exciting movie or a funny movie or a movie that's so bad it's hilarious. You could be doing any of that instead of watching a boring movie. Yeah, some films are just like you can't get into them from the get-go. Or at the very least, like it's like oh, hey, maybe the intro didn't quite hook me, but, you know, I'll give it a little bit more and see if I get into it then. And you try it, but it just keeps on not hooking you. For one reason or another. Or maybe, like, just, like, something happens in the middle of a film that just completely turns you off from it. And you're like, yeah, I don't want to watch this anymore, actually. I think we actually had a movie like that with my friend group when we were watching movies. There was one particular movie that I felt so uncomfortable by, like, the middle point of it, and everyone else was uncomfortable with it too, that we all just, like, made an agreement that, yeah, we're just gonna stop watching it here and then watch a shorter film instead. I'm always glad that we did that. I'm also glad that people can accommodate for it. Right, it'll be like one thing if you tried to power through it because other people did, but I'm glad at the very least my group is like, if someone maybe isn't feeling it anymore for any reason or another, we can do something else. It was actually like that with Lethal Company. After I was like, yeah, I don't know if I can play Lethal Company anymore. I think everyone else was like, yeah, you know what, that's fine, we can do something else. And that's when we switched the plate up for the rest of the night, and it turned out to be a good night then. So, you know, I'm glad for that, at least. That was me with Lord of the Rings Return of the King. I was pretty much numb from the legs down for sitting for so long. I wanted to reach a fast forward button. Oh man, the long movie too. It's like, I get it. Yeah, the source material may have been huge. You may not want to leave out all this stuff because some people might want to see it adapted and it might have some important context, but yeah, runtime is kind of an important thing. You don't want those things running for too long because, you know, no matter how engaging a film might be, general human endurance is going to come into play sooner or later, so it's got to be mindful of that. Yeah, I'm pretty much like wary of any movie that goes beyond 3.5 hours. I feel like even 3.5 hours might be a bit long. It's like any longer than that, and it's just, yeah, maybe split that up or find some way to pare it down. I don't know. What's everyone's threshold for movies? How much movie are you willing to put up with before it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know anymore. I've sat and watched OG Ben-Hur, comes at 3 hours 45 minutes. Oh! I guess it would depend on the movie then. Like, 3.5 hours for me isn't like a hard and fast limit. If the movie does manage to keep me engaged, then, well, you know, 3.5 hours ain't that big of a deal then, but that's like just a more of a guideline, I should say. For the most part, 2 hours at the most, otherwise you can feel it dragging on. Ah, okay. Yeah, I imagine it would take like a real exceptional crew to make a 3.5 hour movie just enjoyable from start to finish. Like, you would need to have like an absolutely fantastic writing staff and directorial crew, not to mention, you know, the actors themselves and all that. Everyone just has to be on point. I'm sure they're like absolutely examples of long movies out there that manage to be fantastic from start to finish, but yeah, I imagine that's like more of an exception and not a rule. Right, let the 1960s face-off begin! Oh wow, I'm surprised they made this one only 2 laps, even if the lap time is only 2 minutes. Ah, jeez. Okay. I'm gonna try that again. I got flashbacks. Maybe we can try taking this corner a bit more slowly. Oh, might be too slow, actually. I can at least appreciate that the flashback system in Grid 2019 tends to be usable, mostly functional, as opposed to Grid 2, which seems to have weird arbitrary cutoff points. This one, while it does seem to lock out flashbacks at certain points, it will still rewind beyond that, so give you a generous window with which you can flashback to, so I can appreciate that. One thing Grid 2019 gets right. OMG, there's a film that's 14 hours 33? Holy cow. At that point, it's just that long to just make a statement, right? Like, there's no reasonable reason for it to be 14 hours 33 minutes long, unless it's like adapting a really long book series or something like that. Like, what's it even about? How could they possibly fill 14 hours? This is the kind of thing where you would get like a mini-series and just mush them all together into one long marathon. It'd be like watching the entirety of Sherlock or something like that.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
A documentary about nuclear weapons. Okay, you know what? If it's a documentary, perhaps it makes more sense. Especially if it's like one of those kinds that meticulously goes over a lot of major events. Just every single detail of it. I don't know. 14 hours seems like on par with some of the essayists I've seen on YouTube. Seems like the kind of thing they would do, right? Just a long summary of, oh man, right? They would like talk about, they would summarize like an entire TV series. This one just like summarizes a particular aspect of history, right? Guess somewhat related to film. Last night I was if I want to watch a film about nuclear weapons, I'll watch that creepy Threads film. On the subject of films, like last night's wiki dive, I just stumbled upon the page to Disney's Atlantis. Forgot they did a film like that. It was just like a film that seems to be more about like exploratory action and all that. It's like the article I read was talking about how maybe people weren't so keen on it back in the day, but these days they're a bit more fond of it because, yeah, it was one of the last examples of Disney's traditional animated films, and kind of going off in like a different direction than what they usually do, right? It's not like along the lines of, say, like Beauty and the Beast or Little Mermaid, but it's more like Black Cauldron with the focus on, say, action, and had a bit of darker themes to it as well. I knew of it, but never seen it. Yeah. Seems to be like what they said a lot of people did. And then they saw they had like an article on the direct-to-video sequel too. It was actually meant to be a lead into an animated series, but it never got picked up, so they just went and put them all together and created like a really loose plot line to link them all together. So what do we have left here? 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 2. Oh, 1. Oh, wow, time attack. Race. Oh, wow, just like a bunch of 1-rounders. Okay, can actually keep going. Yeah, even funnier is that, like, seems like for the most part Disney doesn't bring up Atlantis too much. Like, I know it has like a little bit of a representation in the Disney World theme park, and it probably has like a handful of merch here and there, but for the most part, you know, they focus on their other properties that are much more mega popular and all that. I still remember the Hercules game on the Mega Drive. Oh, I think I remember visiting some cousins long ago that had a Hercules game on PlayStation. We used to play that a lot. Looking back, I don't quite remember why. We just did. He also had Wild Arms. It was quite the contrast from the Hercules game. They also didn't have a memory card, so we would always start from the beginning, and, well, you know, even as kids, you can only play through the beginning so much before it all gets old. That's rough with no memory card, I know, right? That's like the kind of thing that might have really helped things out, but alas. Especially things with Wild Arms, because that's an RPG, and, well, you know, no way they're gonna let kids keep a PlayStation on for multiple days just to play through the entirety of that game, that's for sure. Man, Wild Arms. That's a series I want to see come back in some way or another. I think the last thing that came out for it was like I think it was a gacha game, actually. Probably a shame. Last proper game, I think, was on the PSP. It was either that or Wild Arms 5 on the PS2. Just to give you an idea how long ago it's been since we had a Wild Arms game. That'd be like one of those things where if they announce Wild Arms 6, people might be cautiously optimistic. It'd be like one of those things where like, oh man, they're bringing it back, cool, but are they gonna do it justice? You just have to hope they do. That's like trying to play OG Tomb Raider without saving. Oh yeah, any game that's like sufficiently long enough, right? Like Tomb Raider, Ape Escape. I guess even Crash Bandicoot or Spyro the Dragon. Any game that you could not do in one sitting. That would have like some form of persistence. That would be pretty rough. Wild Arms XF was on PlayStation Portable. Oh yeah. That was the turn-based strategy spin-off, right? A mobile game too. Oh right, I was supposed to be here. Yeah, I imagine mobile game was like that usual gacha style stuff where you summon for characters, build up your roster, and then take on levels of increasing numbers. Maybe had PvP in it, I don't know. I didn't know they'd done an anime for it. I vaguely recall that. Was that like an adaptation of the first game? I don't think it was like an original series or anything like that. Wild Arms Twilight Venom. Maybe it was an original series. Man, now I'm probably gonna go check the Wild Arms wiki after this stream.
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
To see what sorts of Wild Arms stuff happened. '99 to 2000. Okay. So it's probably like your usual 26 episode series at the time. Oh, 22. Okay. Alright, so yeah, usual runtime for an anime. Probably had like a beginning and an end, as anime series around that time usually had. I think the thing I liked about Wild Arms, right, aside from the whole Wild West theme that most of the series usually had, was the way it would like incorporate sort of like action style elements in that was uncommon for that genre. Like I remember the first game, was it that one of the characters had like a mouse that you could kind of use as like a boomerang to fetch faraway items, and then other characters would have other sorts of overworld items that you could use to interact with the overworld as well. And you know, the fact that they just had like guns in an RPG was also blew Kid Me's mind. Stood out. Like what? It's like, wait, what are you telling me the main character can just like whip out a pistol and go pew pew? There we go. There's another event in the bag. We're over the hill now. It's all downhill from here. It's like a handful of... We got one 3-rounder, a handful of 2-rounders, and then everything else is just all... It's all singles all the way to the end, so... We're gonna be speeding along after a bit here. It's just gonna be picking up the pace, right? It'll be like, you know, the wheel starts rolling at the top of the hill, and it's just gonna gain momentum. It's gonna keep going faster and faster as we get closer to the bottom. On that note, really fast tires are like super duper dangerous. Like I've definitely read stories about people getting
And here we are for the first round.
really hurt by them.
How you feeling about this one?
Pretty good.
It's like something you gotta be watchful of. Don't just leave wheels unattended in places where they could absolutely roll off, because that could have bad consequences. I don't know. I certainly don't want to be the person responsible for messing up someone else's life, that's for sure. So I saw in the news today that Rooster Teeth was closing up shop. This kind of blew my mind, because I remember that being kind of like a thing that would get brought up a little bit, like back in the day. I knew a cousin who was really into Red versus Blue, and would be really excited whenever he got gifted like a DVD version of the series. Really? OMG, after so long. I know, right? It's like one of those things you took for granted. Their Let's Plays were hilarious. Yeah, I know they did like other stuff other than like Red versus Blue and Ruby and Genlock, but yeah, it's wild to think of, right? It's like one of those things you take. Oh, you think this will be a constant, right? There will always be an internet company, Rooster Teeth, that would give you quality online content.
How you feeling about this one?
Pretty good, actually.
Although I know I know a lot of stuff's come out since then, and turns out maybe not everyone there was like on the up and up, and it's like it's still a shame, right? Even if they weren't like they weren't at the peak like they were back in the day, it's always a shame to kind of see things end. It's like the end of an era. Things will go on, but it's not going to be the same without him. Everyone watched Michael's Rage Quit series. I think Achievement Hunter was like one of the other things they were famous for, right? It's always sad when one of the things you grew up with, right, company, group, series, or anything like that, they just realize, oh wow, it's all done now, huh? This is how it ends. Used to watch them a lot. A lot of people did. Little animated videos from their podcast was hilarious. Oh yeah. I can imagine. Yeah, there was another podcast I used to listen to a lot. It had people like do animated bits from them too, and I remember thinking they were absolutely hilarious. And they were, to be honest, they were. But yeah, you look back, right, on those times, right? You look at what they are now, and like, man, things are really different now. Right, even if you know that everyone has since moved on, probably for good reasons and onto better things, you're just like, man, can't help just think fondly about those times when it felt like they were firing on all cylinders. They were on a roll, felt like nothing could stop them, that you would continue supporting them until the very end. And I guess in a way, you did, in a way. I think people were wondering, is like, what's going to happen to some of the Rooster Teeth properties that are going to be kind of like in limbo after this, right? Who's going to pick up Ruby? Who's going to pick up Red versus Blue? He's gonna pick up like the other series and things like that. What happened to them? Hopefully, someone will take him in and continue to do him justice. Even Matt Pat has gone now. Oh yeah, he's the game theory guy, right? Didn't watch him, but I've heard his name come up a lot. Yeah, I do remember when he said he was stepping back from doing his video series as well. Never thought I'd see him leave. Yeah, this kind of thing, right? It's like you get into a groove. You think, oh man, this is gonna be great because you come to kind of like expect certain things on certain days.
What are your thoughts?
So Alex and Nathan.
Right, back when I was like, you know, really into Giant Bomb, I always looked forward to listening to their Giant Bomb cast on Tuesday, and when it was still running, the Beast cast on Friday. I was like, oh man, always something to look forward to, right? 3 hours of people just like talking about video games. What's not to like about that? But you know, things end, people move on. It's like, it's no longer part of my routine. Kind of look back and they're like, yeah, those were good times. Still remember some of the more funny, iconic, hilarious moments from those podcasts. It's like, yeah, times when you thought things like that they would be lasting for a while, or at the very least, it's the kind of thing you don't realize how much you take it for granted until it finally ends and it's gone. You're like, oh man, you're just left with a gap in there. At least AVGN is still going. Yeah, big props to that guy. Man, I remember watching him like the mid aughts. This guy's been going at it for like more than 20 years. Big props to that. You know, as long as there are video games out there, there will be a guy out there to snark at him. And the legend Markiplier.
We've got a great event in the Grid World Series.
I have to admit, I don't watch Markiplier, but fella's reputation precedes him, that's for sure. It is nice, though, when, you know, certain things change and then you just have some others that are still constants even to this day. It's like, yeah, while Super Best Friends may have disbanded a long time ago, at least some of the members of that group are still doing their thing. Right, they're still out there doing content creation, right? Either streaming or making videos or doing their own podcasts. Either way, they still exist, they're still doing stuff, so that's pretty cool. His FNAF vids made him overnight, I bet. With as hot as a franchise FNAF became. Man, I think that's like the one thing streamers or just like, you know, content creators in general are hoping for. The thing that will give them their big break, the thing that will go viral and put a lot of eyeballs on them. Usually see it too with the famous people, right? They'll occasionally talk about that one moment that kind of put them over the top, right? The one moment that, like, everyone suddenly started paying attention to them for a reason or another. It's always funny looking at those things in retrospect, because at the moment it's like you don't think about it too much, or at the very least you're not thinking about it like an analytical sense. You're just kind of reacting to what's happening, the results of it. But, you know, a long time out, you look back at it and you can perhaps go, yeah, this is the point. This is the moment where it all changes. From what I heard, the YouTube grind is hard. Yeah, especially these days, when you imagine just how many folks out there, you know, making videos or streaming or something like that. You know, you could put in all the work you want, but you might not ever get that break. Shouldn't be a reason to not put in all that work, though. As the saying goes, luck favors the prepared, but you know, you just have to be aware that not everyone's gonna make it. You could be like doing the coolest things around and it still might not get picked up. That's just how it is. Luck can be harsh sometimes. If only they cut down on the reaction vids that litter YouTube. That and like the reaction streams as well. I know some people... yeah. I mean, I definitely doesn't... I don't see the appeal to it.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen, tell me what...
It's like a thing that's like normally, oh yeah, hey, it's a video that maybe I would watch on my own time, except I get to see someone else's reaction to it. And... I don't know, I guess that might be funny to some people, but... I just rather watch it on my own and draw my own conclusions to it, you know? Although I know there are some streamers out there who do, like, take requests from the viewer base, and, you know, watch the stuff that people request of them. Maybe I can see the appeal to that. It's like, haha, I found this funny, and I hope the streamer I'm watching will also find this funny. Maybe you could, like, see them crack jokes about it, or react accordingly to the moments that you reacted to. That maybe I could see the appeal to, but even then, that's only, like, on a personal level. Like, I wouldn't be too invested in maybe what someone else might find funny. But that's just me. There's a lot of them. A lot of reaction content out there for a reason, I guess. Nice to discover things for yourself. I guess that could be like the other thing. Or at the very least, it would be the other thing if, you know, most of the vids were worth anything or weren't just like silly meme vids or anything like that. Like, I don't know. There's one streamer I do watch who does reaction stuff, but like people usually submit like VTuber clips, so it can be nice sometimes if you find like a VTuber that you're like, oh hey, this one's pretty cool. Well, who are they about? You look up the video, find out who that VTuber is, and maybe you start following them. And maybe it can be good for that. Can find a good vid sometimes on suggested. Yeah, it is nice when it works out. I've found like a song or two that way that I realized, oh hey, this is like pretty cool. I think the most recent example of like the YouTube algorithm working in my favor when I found nuts. How you pronounce the guy's name? It's like Dirty, something like that. But the song was called like "Waiting for Superman," and I don't know, something about that song kind of just like it had a nice ring to it. Oh man, I just really got into it. So I just like listen to that song on the regular now. What was the latest video that was like that for you? Just like came across it on the suggested feed and it was like, oh hey, this is pretty cool. And you thank the algorithm for suggesting it to you. Because I know that's like worked in the other ways too, right? You just get recommended a whole bunch of videos that you have absolutely no interest in and you're like, please stop doing this to me. I just want to watch this other thing, not this stuff you're trying to show to me. Okay, this race is
You're in mid-pack going into lap 2.
a bit more harrowing. Yeah, I feel like collisions are gonna be much more of a deal here. Yeah, because it's like, I swerve or collide even once, and I'm like losing ground here, so I gotta be extra careful when I'm just like going
Don't be
around
surprised
places.
if they're gunning for you now.
It's not my problem. Yeah, like right here. I can't really afford to lose much ground. Found Aiden Fox doing that in his Furries Out of Context series using VR chat and green screen and stuff. He takes scenes from shows and films and uses furry characters to animate them. Sounds pretty fun. It is like pretty amusing when you see like someone just like do kind of like the hilarious version of a scene from a film,
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
right? Whether it be just like doing puns or doing other references, or just like having everyone react differently to particular scenes. That can be good. That can be good stuff. Okay, well that's it for flashbacks. If I screw up here, there will be no second chances, so I guess no sixth chances because I had like 5 of them. Just gotta be extra careful. Probably keep on the racing line too. I imagine that'll keep them at bay. Give them less opportunity to just pull ahead of me. Alright, alright. Oh man, here it is. Oh, it kinda was. That certainly could have gone worse. Those curbs are brutal, they are. Certain corners too. Felt like if you even swerved just a bit, you would end up not being able to catch up to them. At certain points, like, yeah, you gotta kind of zero in and start driving those lines more carefully, lest you find yourself just in the middle of the pack for the entire race. Right, the GT City Cup. Oh man, more city races. Exciting. 2 laps in Havana in the Paseo de Marti configuration. Oh, there was another series the YouTube algorithm recommended to me that I ended up enjoying a lot. It was like Joe Cat. Guy had some pretty funny stuff. I think he was like most famous for, I forget what it's called. I think it was like the Idiot's Guide to X game series. Apparently it was like Monster Hunter that kind of put him on the map, and he did it for other series too, like D&D, Magic the Gathering, and Final Fantasy XIV. Was pretty great, especially with the 14 guides. Still remember his healer guide, talking about how everyone's a DPS, right? Even though your designation is healer, people are gonna expect you to like chuck stones at the boss every now and then. That was like something my one friend who was a avid Final Fantasy XIV player also brought up. I was like, yeah, even though someone's a healer, people expect them to at least do a little bit of damage, right? If they're like, their stats is all healing, no damage, then people maybe will give them the side eye one way or another. I found Jordan Persigatti and suggested he takes children's coloring books and turns them into horror pictures. Oh man. Just being able to take like a particular scene and recontextualize it into something different. You know, I'll give him props to that. That definitely takes a good amount of creative thinking and a lateral mind to work that, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, to cover those thick outlines that those books have. That would be like the main thing, especially if they manage to, like, you know, use those the thick outlines to their advantage and recontextualize them into something different entirely. That takes skill. Starting in the front. And a lot of hours and patience. Oh, yes, for sure. The concept, what you're going to do with it, and then follow through with it. Imagine the planning stage must be especially different because you got to look at what you have and then see how you can kind of repurpose it into what you want to turn it into.
And if you didn't know Kristen... Okay, hold on, sorry. It looks like things are about to get underway.
Oh, I just realized this car has a Toblerone sponsorship. Is very much a Toblerone car. I like the chocolate. Chocolate's alright. I should say it's alright. It's actually great. I like the chocolate. I like the ones that come in like the triangular prism type packages. The roughest chocolate to eat. Yeah, it can be, especially with the way they can be packaged. Those pyramids aren't conductive to eating. You know what? I agree with that. It's not too bad if they can easily like break pieces off of them though. Have you had the white one? I might have. I mostly remember like eating the milk chocolate ones, and you know, those are great. But it's like the kind of thing you don't get too often because they tend to be fairly expensive around here. They always appear at Christmas. Yes, yes, they do. As when you like most commonly see a lot of chocolates pop up. At least those types of chocolates. It's like that and Ferrero Rocher and like the, I forget what they called, like Lindhold truffles or something like that. I've seen the huge ones they sell, right? That's the ones I'm thinking of. The ones that are like the extra long, and the extra long, like triangular prism type packages. They usually come wrapped in foil too, right? You open the box and you see the foil wrapped chocolate, and you're just like unwrapping bits and pieces of it so you can eat it little by little.
Hold the lead. Last lap.
The ones that could be used as a weapon, yeah. A fairly effective bludgeoning implement, at least for one swing. Melee weapon level 3. It's like Apex Legends call out. You see like a Toblerone package on the ground, you ping it like, right, melee weapon here, level 3. Which of course makes no sense because Apex doesn't really have melee weapons. Or, they don't have like melee weapons you can pick up, I should say. It's weird, even though lap time is like just 2 minutes 15 seconds, for some reason it feels a lot longer. Or it's just because of like all the twists and turns they have here. It's not like something you normally see in a track like this, right? Like the sudden corner turn or that roundabout you go on. At least nearing the home stretch here, so this will be over soon. Yes, I can. I was like pretty far ahead there. We're getting ads for the Lind Chocolate Rabbit now that Easter is coming up. Oh man. Yeah, I already saw Easter displays going up in the stores like a few weeks ago, even before Valentine's Day was finished. Despite Easter being like 2 months off back then. You know, it's the next big holiday. Why wouldn't they start advertising it? But yeah, I imagine the Easter adverts are probably in full force now because that's what's coming up. Although, what will they do after that? I'm guessing they will probably just start advertising summer things in general, because once, you know, Easter is done in April, next is summer fun in general. And then maybe starting in May, they can start doing like at least in the US, they'll start doing like July 4th related stuff.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen, tell me what's gonna happen.
Here comes the Peeps Pepsi and all those novelty foods and drinks. Oh man. I actually want to seek out Peeps Pepsi, at least one bottle, so I can say I've tried it. Still want to say though, like the novelty foods and sodas and stuff usually come out around Thanksgiving or Christmas time. I guess because those times have like more meals that you could associate with the holiday, so you could expect people to, you know, pull out the mashed potato flavored things and the turkey flavored things and the cranberry sauce flavored things and so on and so forth. It's like Easter, yeah, you could probably do like Easter candy flavored stuff. I guess maybe Easter ham, eggs, I guess. Ooh, maybe like Cadbury cream flavored things as well. I'm sure that would be a thing that people would do. I gotta see if there will be a store nearby that stocks Peeps Pepsi, because on that note, I did see that Skittles was coming out with a drink. It's like a liquid drink, I think. They were saying, oh yeah, this is gonna taste like eating a Skittles candy. And perhaps predictably, you saw a lot of people going, oh man, it's like diabetes in a bottle. And you know what, you can't exactly fault them for that, because it'll probably be exactly that. Really taste the rainbow, I know, right? So exceedingly sweet that, I don't know, we'll probably won't eat candy for a good while. That's for sure. Unfortunately, that would be like one of those other things where I might actively seek out at least one bottle to at least just say, yeah, I tried it. And that would be the long and short of it, really. Oh, man. 2 minutes, 10 seconds, so I'm assuming this will be a 2-lapper. Yes, it is! Alright, so... Oh, this track felt shorter for some reason, so... Assuming it'll feel like it'll get done faster as well.
And we're heading into the
We have a
final
bizarre
round now.
advert here for Skittles. This guy is milking a giraffe and Skittles are coming out. Sounds like par for the course for Skittles. I feel like even here, the Skittles commercials tend to be like extremely trippy. Kind of thing where you look at it and it's like, yeah, this could only have been written by someone, you know, who must have been on some really good stuff. Or, you know, more uncharitably, it's like they're trying to do quirky for the sake of being quirky. It's like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if, you know, you milked a giraffe and Skittles came out? But not as fun as the M&M adverts, yeah. There was always the one that stuck with me. It was the... Incidentally enough, it was a Christmas ad. And it was like the ones where, was it red and yellow M&M were sending out a bowl of M&Ms for Santa. And then Santa comes down, they run into each other, and then red M&M is like, he does exist! And then Santa goes, they do exist. And then Santa and red M&M both faint. And yellow's just left holding the bowl rather awkwardly, and he just tries to offer an M&M to Santa, even though Santa's, you know, obviously in no condition to respond. Not seen that one. It's probably on YouTube. I'm sure it's on there. But yeah, give it a look. It's a good one. Simple but effective. There was another one I remember that, it was like back when they were making a push for cheese for some reason or another, but it was like another Christmas ad. Right? A girl, like, runs down the stairs onto the first floor. She's like, really excited, right? Parents are close behind her, and they go out to the living room and they see it's just like jam-packed, full of toys. Right, just like a big old rideable train, the fanciest cars and everything, and like one of the parents said, "Wow, those must have been some really good cookies." And then the girl says, "I didn't leave him cookies, I left him cheese." And then you get that voice going, "Behold, the power of cheese." That one stuck with me as well. Only because of like the absurd idea that Santa prefers cheese over cookies. It sticks with you. The one that stuck with me is red and yellow throwing stuff out of the cupboard, and the guy's like, "Get in the bowl." "You get in the bowl," says red. I want to look that up. See what that one's like.
Judgment for splits.
There are probably other M&Ms, good M&Ms adverts out there too. It's just that those ones stuck out to me the most. Is it me or is yellow a bit like Patrick Star brains-wise? It always seems to be like that when you get that sort of animated show duo, right? You get the one that's like super duper competent and is the one that tends to drive the story forward. And you get the other one that maybe is a bit of an airhead, a bit of a goofball, is more the comic relief and ends up kind of throwing a wrench in the plans here and there. Right, you got like Invader Zim and Gurr, Pinky and the Brain, Dexter and Dee Dee, I guess Cow and Chicken. It's like a really popular dynamic, at least for like comedy shows. I guess it works too, right? You got the serious and then you got the, like the not so serious. And gives you kind of like a platform to play the two off of each other in various ways. AKA Pinky from Pinky and the Brain. Yeah, yeah. And there we go, finishing in the top half. Yeah, Dr. Robotnik with Scratch and Grounder. Or is it like Cuboid and Spheroid in the video games? Alright, looks like we got 11 more invitationals. 2 of them are like 2-rounders, and the rest are 1-rounders, so... As I said before, it's gonna start schmoovin'. It's gonna start schmoovin' here. What sorts of other, like, serious goofball duos can you think of? Oh, I guess, like, Cat Dog? Maybe Cat Dog is like that one, kind of like that, too. If I remember, Cat was, like, the competent one, and Dog was more the goofball. If I think about it, Angry Beavers was like that as well, right? One was serious, the other was silly. Angry Beavers was so good! Loved them! I'm just happy they were represented in Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2. Feels like the game where the devs were finally allowed to cut loose because All-Star Brawl 1 did well. Right, you saw like all the characters that people wanted come out and, detailed stages and things like that. Of course, there were cuts to the roster that people weren't quite as much fans of. I think about it. I don't think I've heard like much about that game since its release. I just know people were pretty positive on it. And I know they had like a season pass. I think they kind of made like a big deal of the characters who were going to come out, but I haven't heard much from them since then. Race was not as long as I thought it would be. It's like a minute 43 lap time. Alright. So I'm guessing this is like 3 laps then, right? Oh, wow. Just 2? Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense as well. Since the other events were like 2 lappers and they weren't too much longer.
This is the Crescent Valley Raceway. But today, it's home... Yeah, hold on, sorry. It looks like things are about to get underway.
Ren and Stimpy, yes! Oh my god, yes, you are right. Yeah, Ren was like the competent one, and Stimpy was the goofball. I think about it, they're like other series where even if the main cast might be a bit larger, you did have like the two people who kind of represented competent and goofball, and they did pair them up a lot. I only bring that up because I remember the Flintstones as well. I think Fred and Barney had like that sort of dynamic, right? Fred was the guy who was like tended to be more competent, and Barney was like a bit more of like the goofball kind of fella. At least I remember that being a thing. And even that was, I only think of that because I know the other yeah, that series had like a more expanded cast, right? You had nuts. I forget what their spouses' names were. I was going to say Betty, but I think Betty was not one of them. And he had the hotter wife. Wilma and Betty. Okay, so Betty was one of them. All right, all right.
Final lap.
Oh, how did I forget Wilma? Yeah, that was like the thing, one of the things Fred always yelled a lot, right? Always yell Wilma for some reason or another. Yeah, and you had like Pebbles and Bam Bam, and there was Dino, and was it Fred's boss? Forget what his name was. Like those were like the more major characters, more recurring folks in that series. Mr. Rubble. You know what? Yeah, that makes sense. Because I think he did work at a quarry, so Rubble having a name like Rubble tracks. I guess the Animaniacs were kind of sort of like that, even if there were 3 people. You had, was it Wacko and Dot were like the more competent folks, and Yakko was like more of the silly one. Used to love Catch the Pigeon with Dick Dastardly. See, I only remember Dastardly in the context of Wacky Races and Penelope Pit Stop. So I know he was like kind of like the major antagonist of those series. I never got into that. I was more into Tiny Toons. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, cast of Tiny Toons probably doesn't quite have like the goofball competent duo. At least I don't think Babs and Buster were quite like that. I'm pretty sure they were both like pretty competent. Man. Part of me wishes Tiny Toons would get like an Animaniac style treatment. Give them like a little series, right? A revival season.
And we're heading into the final round
13 to 26 episodes of just tackling modern context and things like that. Jessica and Roger Rabbit. He's just a ball of energy. Oh yeah, I could see that. Oh, now I think about it, I guess Bonkers as well would probably fit into that for pretty obvious reasons. You know, when you pair up like cartoon Bobcat with the like, you know, human partner, it's pretty clear who's going to be the goofy one and who's going to be the competent one. you know, at least tries to be competent, but still gotta put up with the antics of Bonkers. OMG, I used to watch that a lot. I remember watching that a lot as well. To the point, like, I remember there was like a particular cereal promotion. This was back when they did the thing where you would collect like, you know, so many UPC codes from cereal boxes, and you would mail them in for like a particular prize or a thing like that. And the thing I got was like this old electronic siren like thing that was like, you know, Bonkers branded, and you would play it and it would do like a MIDI police siren type of call. I remember having a lot of fun with that until, you know, the batteries died and my parents didn't replace them. I just forgot about it. Yeah, that was fun. If I remember correctly, Bonkers went through like 2 human partners actually. Like, he went through a dude, and then later in the series, the dude got replaced with a woman who was like much more competent than the dude was. But they both played the sort of competent role in that duo. Final lap.
Please go. Hold the lead. Last lap.
I'll try my best. Make no guarantees though. Man, this thing swerves. I think I would have gotten used to it by now, but there are just moments where I forget. One of my faves will always be Pete from Goof Troop. Ah, Goof Troop. Ah, well, yeah. I watched that show quite a bit. It was just kind of funny that they took, like, you know, these characters that were normally, like, you know, more fantastical situations and just made them more mundane, right? Goofy with the kid, and Pete just being like a, you know, really greasy car salesman. It somehow all came together, and it fit, and they made it work. And the theme song was a bop as well. Absolutely the kind of thing you would hear in like a 90s suburban sitcom, to be honest. I'm glad Disney decided to add it to Disney Plus. And got 2 animated films out of it. Yeah, I remember them. Goofy Movie and an Extremely Goofy Movie. It was, like, pretty cool. First Goofy Movie was, like, nice and touching, and Extremely Goofy Movie was... well, it was... pretty extreme. In the sense that they did extreme sports. That's why it was extremely goofy. With that awesome ESPN Extreme Games theme. I think they had like another show along that vein too. It was like Quack Pack. Kind of like put Donald Duck, Daisy Duck, and the nephews all together in sort of a suburban sitcom style situation like a Goof Troop. Yeah, they aged up all the nephews too, so they were all like, you know, tweens and had all the, like, you know, baggage and problems associated with that. OMG, yes! Yeah! The fact that they were kind of like take those characters and manage to successfully put them in a more mundane situation made them memorable. Certainly worked. Alright, I think this is... yeah, the last of the 2 rounders, the classic GT Tour. Continue racing the Toblerone car. Ooh. Got a little bit of hydration there, a little bit of water. What's everyone drinking? I've come to appreciate water more and more. Like, I don't know, I still drink juice and soda and tea and coffee, but, you know, I certainly, if I just want to feel refreshed, I just drink a cup of water. I don't know. Even if there's, like, you know, different taste associated with it, just, you know, it goes well with a lot of things. It even goes well on its own. You know, if it's cold, it can be good cold, it can be good hot. It's just like a great versatile beverage. You just want to feel not thirsty anymore. I have an apple and raspberry carbonated water right now. Whoa. That sounds pretty nice, actually. I like a good sort of fruit fusion kind of drink. Although for me, it tends to be more along the lines of, like, say, strawberry lemonade, or like mixed berry, or like mango and strawberry. A lot of things seem to pair well with strawberries, to be honest. I did a water run on my way home and got apple, raspberry, lemon and lime, and blackberry and grape. Oh my god. They all sound pretty great. I can see this is a shorter race, 1 minute 48. So this will be 2 or 3 laps unless they really want to torment us. Guess we'll see what the Michelin Man is going to offer up here. 3 laps, okay. You know what, that's standard run time for races like these. Only 69 pence a bottle for 2 liters.
Hey everybody, you've been making a lot of noise
That's
out there. But can
pretty
you
good
get
price, actually.
Fantastic. And on that, what should we expect?
Even thinking about, like, the conversion rate to dollars, that's a pretty good deal on carbonated beverage. Almost as cheap as the ramen I get. Ah, yeah. I think I can find like a 6-pack for around $5. And if it's cup form, it usually comes up to around 6. So, like $1 a pack. I feel like it tends to be around the average you get around here. Like, what kind of ramen do you usually get? I'm mostly like a shrimp or a chicken kind of person. I usually like to split the two, so if I ever get like a ramen pickup, I'll get like half shrimp, half chicken. Rarely do I go for anything else. 'Cause I don't think none of the other flavors really stood out to me. Never was a fan of beef, and like the other stuff just does not appeal to me at all. I remember back in college, someone always got like the cheesy noodles kind, and man, that stuff is pungent.
Good start. Hold the lead.
I'm just glad they always ate inside their room, never ate outside it, cause boy howdy. Not sure I could do with like instant cheesy noodles. The brand I get, they only have either spicy or chicken. I love the chicken. Ah, okay. Yeah, chicken's usually a safe choice when it comes to instant noodles. Beef can be too. It comes down to preference. But it's like probably the same reason why canned chicken soups tend to be popular, because it's hard to mess up chicken soup. You know, just put it in a pot. Just put like chicken stock and other ingredients into a pot. You cook it together. Boom, soup. Yeah, something quick I can throw in the pan and have for supper. What I appreciate about instant noodles, or at least, you know, the ramen packs I pick up. If they're not the microwavable cup noodles, they're the ones, yeah, you can just like, you know, put the noodle brick in the pot, put in some water,
Last lap.
and then boil it, and then add seasoning. And then what I like to do is just fry an egg to go with it. And then there you go, dinner. I'm just feeling exceptionally lazy and don't want to think about it too hard. That's what I do. Maybe if I do want to spice things up a little bit, and I put spice in like quotes there, I just like add peas and carrots. You know, a little bit of vegetables to go with my extremely high sodium noodles. It'll balance things out, right? Sometimes I can't be bothered to cook something big. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you just want food, and you want it quick, or you just want to put in very little effort into making it, and that's perfectly valid. Just don't make it a habit, of course. Right. Like sometimes just eat fresh food every now and then, but yeah, you know, it's okay to have those days where you just want to like have something quick. You just satiate yourself real quick, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah, come home after a long day, and the thought of prepping and cooking is a turnoff. Especially after long days where you've already expended your energy elsewhere and you just want to eat. And turn your attention towards other things, whether it may be sleeping or reading or winding down in other ways. A slow cooker can be your best friend. I've had a lot of people tell me that. I think I actually have like a miniature slow cooker that I could probably use for something. Just get like a little mini pot roast going or something. It would be a nice thing to have. That being said, I rarely leave my place these days, so I imagine the thought of it is pretty appealing, right? You just like set something up before you leave for the day and just let it cook, and then by the time you come home you got yourself a meal that you just need to do a few extra steps and you're good to go. That's gotta be fun.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen, tell me what's gonna happen.
Oh yeah, and then there's there's also coming home to smell of good food too. Yeah, that's gotta be real comforting. Right, just got a good way to cap things off, right? Like, this is the start of the relaxation period. The relaxation period. Just being able to enjoy yourself some delicious food. I think the first slow cook thing I would want to do, when I start, would be like to do some sort of pulled pork. I'll just look up a recipe for slow cooker pulled pork. Because I do enjoy pulled pork sandwiches, right? Those are pretty good, so you can just imagine one that I happen to prep and slow cook myself would probably be extra delicious. Just make sure I get some veggies and a little bit of barbecue sauce to go with it. That'll be a day right there. Side of beef in there with some veggies and stock, and you're good to go. Ooh, yeah. I could try like a slow cooked roast as well. That'd probably be awesome. Yep, 3 laps, but it'll be a very quick 3 laps. Havana, Revolucion way.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided.
3 minutes of racing. Maybe that'll be one of the other things I do after the stream, just look up slow cooker recipes, see what else I can do with it. See what else I can make with like a mini slow cooker.
First lap, you're leading the race.
If I'm on the road, I take my sandwich maker with me so I can make some toasted ham and cheese sandwiches. Oh yeah! The best reason to bring a sandwich maker with you. I think we have like appliances like that here too. Like a device you can use that will just like give you some real good grilled cheese. Though granted, I've gotten used to using my pan to kind of make them. It's not too bad, as long as you know to flip them so that you get that toasted bread on both sides.
Final lap, keep that lead intact.
And of course, you always gotta have the tomato soup to go with it. No toasted sandwiches complete without some good tomato soup. At least that's how I've always eaten mine. I'm not sure if there's other things that you could have with it. Or I'm pretty sure they're like pretty good on their own too. I know I've seen some people absolutely swear by instead of like buttering the bread on the outside, they will usually say, "No, you gotta spread mayonnaise on the outside because that makes the sandwich taste better." I want to try that sometime. I have not tried that yet. It'll be a pretty easy thing to do because I do have like mayonnaise in the fridge, so. Easy enough to just like spread that on the outside and try it. I'll pass on that, thanks. I mean, yeah, understandable. Like, toasted mayonnaise would definitely have a different taste from, say, just, you know, regular old toasted butter. Alright, here we are, the last stretch. 9 more singleton events. Let's see how these go. We're into Racing Icons, the Golf GT40. Oh, this is a time attack, so we're just going straight into it. Ooh, 3 miles for 3 laps. Alright. This'll be a bit. This'll take a little bit.
Its name is synonymous with racing. This is Silverstone.
As a standard for time attacks, you just get right into it. No hot laps, no qualifiers, you just go. The race is the qualifying lap. Man, this rain here is a bit more heavy than usual. It's like to the point where it actually is a bit of like a vision impediment, right? It's actually like obscuring the road a bit here. The point where I gotta like follow the car in front of me to try to keep on the road. If I can't rely on the racing line, of course. Oh my god, the way the sun's shining off of it too. Wet pavement tech at work, folks. Makes for a real good postcard, though. Oh gee, I hate the sun shining on the road like that. Yeah, right? Nothing worse than not knowing where the road is at all. Kind of thing where you just absolutely take it super duper easy, because it's like, yeah, you don't want to drive off the road. Bad enough on the racetrack, probably even worse in real life when you're driving on the road proper. And oh my god, the way the sun keeps shining on that section of road as you're going back and forth on the track. Ugh. Oh my god, I'm 8th? The actual heck? Oh, back to first. Oh, nope. It's raining. Spin out threshold's gonna be a lot smaller. $40 tons of metal, glass, and rubber and a blinded driver. Yeah. Recipe for disaster right there. Best get out of my way. It's like what people would tell me, right, when they would give me advice about, you know, handling things like trucks in a car or just like vehicles in general when you're a pedestrian. Even if you're right, you're gonna be wrong, right? It's like, even if you happen to be crossing at the right spot, or you're following the rules of the road proper, you know, the thing you're contending with is still larger and probably has more force than you do. So, yeah. Gotta be mindful of that. Yeah, you find that blind spot, you're invisible to trucks. Oh man. I think the manual I used to kind of, you know, take driver's lessons had a section about that, and they definitely made you aware of, hey, these are the spots where truckers won't be able to see you. So, you know, just keep that in mind when you're driving by them. You know, rule of thumb was always, you you know, keep a certain distance behind trucks, and if you do have to pass them, make sure you pass them quickly. Right? Don't just like hang on by the side because that's just an inconvenience to them. And you want to make sure they got as much room as possible to react to things, because, you know, they got to take a lot more time to react to it, and make sure everyone stays safe as well. Kind of like the other thing about it. Ah, jeez. Okay. We're rewinding that. I should have started rewinding after that first swerve. Oh man, it's always this turn. Okay. I should be fine now. Oh, and this one too, I guess. Especially on roundabouts with having to take super wide turns. Oh man. Yeah, roundabouts especially, because trucks will have a limited amount of time to kind of make their way to where they need to go, so you gotta try to give them space there so they can efficiently move along their route. Of course, the advantage of the roundabout is that everything does stay in motion, so at the very least there's a lot less like stop and go, so it makes things kind of less awkward. Remember to drink water! Ooh woo! Oh, yeah, thanks for the reminder. Pochita TV. Also, welcome. Thanks for checking me out. Yeah, I'll make sure to hydrate myself following this race. Yes, hydration is important. No matter the time of year. Especially important when you're, like, talking a lot, because, you know. Oh, geez, I'm out of flashbacks. Okay. But you know what? That's fine. I got like a good time recorded, so doesn't matter if they invalidate this one. We'll take it. We'll just have to take it because we can't walk it back anymore. Ever been behind one when they kick up all that spray in the rain? Oh my god. I've definitely been behind vehicles that do that, and yeah. That's the thing where you especially keep your distance from that. It's like, oof. Alright, there we go. Sip of water. Level 59. Oh yeah, let's go. Alright, 8 to go. We're off to Moby Dick. Alright. Brands Hatch. 2.46 miles, another time attack, a 3-lapper. Part of me wonders if I should just, like, skip the qualifying lap for the rest of these events and just get right into the race. Since they're all, like, one-round events anyway. Time attacks, of course, have no qualifiers, so we don't have to worry about that. But the other ones, maybe we can move it along a little bit more quickly.
Everybody to today's event. Kristen, what are we in for today?
Grand water attack boundaries have really
Oh yeah, gotta remember to stay on the track. Need at least one lap to kind of count, so I don't want to swing out too far here. There's a lot of loud thumping going on with this car. I wonder if this one just has like a naturally low profile or something. Oh man, I think I need to take this curve a lot more slowly. Alright, let's try that again. Gotta remember, I'm not racing against the racers necessarily, I'm just racing against the clock. Well, the times they set, so shouldn't concentrate too hard on passing the racers. I should just try to race well. Looks like, oh wow, laps a minute 21. So this will be comparatively faster. Oh man, I'm doing it again. Oh well, at least I didn't have to flash back that time. I was able to recover, no problems. Oh, no, this was it. This was the turn here that I had a lot of problems with. Clean section, huh? Sure, let's go with that. Clean section. Ah, that crowd noise. It's like one of the easiest things to do, right? Just have that sort of directional audio. It's nice when they pull it off and make it sound pretty natural. Oh, dang it. Because I'm like using headphones right now. And, you know, you hear the crowd and you hear them like the left side. Just like, yeah! That's what you expect, and that's what they managed to kind of handle for you, so props to them for that. Props to the sound team for this. They did well in that regard. Okay, we're about to approach the tricky section again, so alright. This is it. No more. We're done. We're out. We're out of take-backs, so I gotta be, like, extra careful. All checking you out, right? They're all calling my name. Or if they're not calling my name, they're just cheering me on in general. Okay, it was this part right here. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. I'm learning. I'm learning. Approaching the finish here. Oh, come on, get us down the track. Woo, okay. I'm glad it's not like Forza, where it feels like you get off track even a little bit, and you're just going wild. You just suddenly entered like Butterland, and you're just stuck there for a little bit until you can kind of slog your way back to the track. Yeah, the grass in Forza is like a magnet pulling you in. I have definitely noticed that in Motorsport 2023. You touch the grass even for a little bit and suddenly you're just like sucked into it, and it's like extremely hard to come back. Pretty much have to like swerve your way back, and even then you're gonna see everyone else just sail past you because they had enough mind to not fall into that trap. Yeah, then comes a bunny hop and you miss a checkpoint. Oh, this is another time attack event. I hadn't realized. Okay. Well, if these things come in threes, I assume this is like the last time attack one then.
Kristen, tell me something about the Sydney Motorsport Park. One of our and I've just been told the race is second.
Tell me something about the Sydney Motorsport Park. Oh wait, never mind. We actually got a race starting soon. Oh man. Okay. I like this announcer audio. I think I mentioned this already, but the way it sounds like it's part of the track itself. That's sort of the distant quality of it and everything. Works pretty well. Make it feel like really there. Part of the event. Well, I'm only dropping positions because I haven't recorded in time yet, but, you know, once I cross that lap line, I'll get that time in, and then my position will be recorded there.
That's the fastest lap we've seen all day.
Sadly, I have to head off now and get some sleep. Good luck racing! Alright, have a good sleep, and I hope you have a good next day, Molecular Shadow Fox. Thanks for hanging out. We only have like what, another 6 events after this. So yeah, we're kind of reaching an end point here too. I think we might be done. We might be done in like an hour, maybe an hour at most, if I had to estimate. Lapse a minute and a half, so this will be done fairly quickly. Oh no. Man, is it just me or does like time attack events I seem to have a lot more stricter off-track rules? Feels like regular races, you can get away with being off-track for a bit longer, but it feels like in time attack, or even like qualifying laps, if you're off-track for even like half a second, that's it, your lap is invalidated. I guess it kind of makes sense. Because they don't want you kind of like cutting corners here to shave a few seconds off. They just want to absolutely make sure you stay on the track for at least the qualifiers. Right, once that's done, then all bets are off because that's when they will just slap you with penalties, depending on how often you go off track. Yes, I think this will be a good one. I see that fella's trunk is popped. Should probably pull over and try to close it. Has anyone had that happen to them? Just like driving on the road when they realize, oh no, something about the car is not secure, so you gotta like pull over and stop. I remember one time I was driving, right, and this was like after I like filled up like gas at a station. I was just like driving down the road and I saw someone like in a car beside me was trying to signal something to me. I think I like must have had like some sort of feeling in me that must have been the gas door because that's what I last did. So thankfully I found a place to pull over, and turns out it was the gas door. So I closed everything up and went on my merry way. Something you got to do anyway, because if I remember correctly, you leave the cap off and it just ends up going through fuel much more quickly and inefficiently. So that's why you gotta close it up. Oh, excuse me. It's another one down. 6 more to go. Got one more series. Yeah, the Okutama Grand Hill Climb. Okay, so this will be long runners. Then the Group 7 face-off. Then finally, Aurora Motorsport Showdown. I gotta take a break real quick because I need to go to the bathroom and refill my drink, so I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. I am properly refreshed and refilled, so let's continue here. The Okutama Grand Hill Climb. And do 3 different cars. This should be interesting. 6.47 miles. It's a long runner. It's 3 rounds of this. Man. But much like I've been doing, what I've been doing with sprints now, it's definitely just going to be a case of
Welcome to Okutama for today's event. And what a stunning place. Kristen, any advice for the competitors?
This one is intense. It's a lengthy drive.
Okay, hold on.
case of just like no qualifying laps. We're just going right into it. Here we go. I have 6 miles with which to kind of battle my way to the top here, so no biggie. I noticed I caused that other car to spin out. Sucks to suck. Am I right? I'm like almost certain this is like the only sprint track in the game. Like every other track is some sort of circuit. This is the only one where they have like that percentage meter. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't change too much, but... this is gonna be a long one. A third of the way through, and we're at 1:30. So as usual, probably go all the way up to 4.5 minutes. I mean, a race time to conclude things. I notice my model's like in a really awkward angle. Let's see if I can fix that after this race. Oh yeah, I might have taken that one a little bit too fast. Oh, we're halfway there. Yeah. Oh, living on a prayer. Oh, God. Actual terminal damage point. Alright. Well, I got several chances, so let's try that again. Take this one a bit more easily. I wonder if they did that specifically because the car like went under the guardrail and the physics model couldn't find a way to let it loose, so it was like, yep, nope, this is where we can call it, because otherwise the car is just gonna be stuck in there. So we'll just let you know, yeah, this ain't gonna work out. Try again. So this is the famous hill climb. Probably should have like recalibrated my model before I got back from the be right back screen, but yeah, Grid 2019 was like one of those games where you focus out of it and the sound just stops. It's like the kind of thing you can appreciate if you're not streaming, but if you are streaming, then yeah. This would be like one of those things where it would be a good thing to have a proper Be Right Back screen with like actual music to play in the background. You know, even if the audio cuts out for some reason or another. Yeah. I'll get there. I'll put something up at some point. Gotta admit, I don't use the Be Right Back screen all that much, which is why I haven't really looked into it, but yeah. Go 50,000 credits for that win. Yeah, look at me. My neck's all like on a weird angle. Looks off. All right, gotta go over here to try to fix things up. But even that's a stopgap. Right, I can't. I'm kind of leaning kind of far in real life here to make my model look somewhat normal. But yeah, definitely gonna fix this up. Do a little revving at the end there, just a little flexing. Alright, going back to Be Right Back, but this will be a much quicker Be Right Back. I'll be right back. Hey, yeah, look at that. It's a little better now. Sure, it's still a little slanted, but you know, it's not. It definitely doesn't. It's not quite as jarring. Anyways, let's get it. Let's get to part 2 of the Okutama Grand Hill climb. We're gonna be racing in Nissan Silvas now, so this ought to be fun. Okay, so I'm guessing it's gonna be like the same track configuration for all 3 parts of this event. Yeah, this is like the thing I was talking about that other week too, where you get close to the end of the game and you just feel like powering through because you're like, get that feeling. You're so close and you just want to kind of see how it all ends. You don't want to leave it off because that'll like help. That won't exactly help the suspense any bit. You just want to wrap things up there and then. Does make me wonder though, what racing game should I go for next after Grid 2019? It's like either that or maybe try out the DLC season, even if it's just going to be like more of the same. We'll see different cars at least. I hope. I mean, all the seasons have like similar structures to the invitationals, right? And for that part matters, similar structure to like the career where, you know, you got your category of cars and you just race through a bunch of events until you get enough to do the invitational, and then you do that, or I guess it's a showcase, right? You do the showcase and then call it a day. And these guys are like pretty good at blocking me. Also not doing a great job of, you know, staying on track, so that might have something to do with it as well. I should have rewinded this a long time ago. Not even sure if I'll be able to get back to... Oh, you know what? I can. Back to a good spot. Oh well, it's only like 15% of the race. Plenty of time to kind of, you know, keep pushing forward. I think the issue is that this car swerves pretty easily too, right? You can't accelerate and turn for too long, or otherwise you're gonna lose control. Man, like a quarter of the way through the race, and I'm still trying to fight my way out of the back half here. Oh my god. Like, holy crap, even getting out of 16th. Pretty sure there's only like one car behind me. This is a little bit worrying.
I think you have to be careful now. You might have pushed them too far.
Or they're kind of being cracked at driving. I can't really afford being nice to them, you know? This is why I can't do racing games above, like, easier difficulties, because I don't quite have the knowledge to do... I was about to flip out there. Halfway through the race, and we're still not, like, even close to being halfway. It's also the fact that they seem to be, like, extremely effective at blocking me. If I could just, like, slip past them somehow, but... Alright, you know what? I'm getting bodied too much. I'm just going back to the start. Maybe that was just a spiral. Maybe I'll do better. They're not even putting me at the back of the pack. I'm like 14th. Yeah, it seems to be like just a double-edged sword. If I try to like go wide around them, I end up getting smacked around and paying for it. But if I stick with them, then I can't get ahead of them because they're obviously just gonna block me every step of the way. I was going to say I was doing a little better, and then I started spinning out like super hard there. Okay. Okay, hopefully this will work out better. I'm like... Okay, it's comparatively better, that much is certain. Pretty sure I was still in like double-digit positions at this point. Yeah, it's like right here where I try to... Or I just, like, start... Fortunately, just, like, hit the back of the car and end up slowing myself down because the other car is just slowing down, which lets everyone else get past me.
Maybe stay out of them.
Good lord. You freaking for real. And I try to pass like on the inside and it just ends up hitting the spin out threshold. Okay, maybe I shouldn't try to pass him here. Just, you know, 15% of the track. I still got like, you know, the other 85%. I've already used 4 of my flashbacks. Yeah, see, if I try to play cautiously, then they just like pull really far ahead of me. And this is on easy. It's on easy for crying out loud. Where are these mofos being... What? Unfortunately, we're running into that thing where it seems like everyone else just has much more mass than I do, so they can just, like, knock me around while I go flying. Right, they're like the immovable wall and the unstoppable force. That just does not feel great.
I think you've hit them one too many times.
There's like no good opportunities. Right, because they are the roads are narrow enough, and they're like in tight enough pack that are very, very few windows of opportunity to get past them. Gotta be extra careful now, because I can't walk things back if I wipe out again. Oh, hey. There's my driving partner. Oh my god. Just need to catch Tim Slade. Nick, for God's sake. Push, man.
Okay, they're starting to attack.
We're in the final quarter of the race here. Alright, this will be my one chance. Yeah, I did tell Nick to push, didn't I? There's Bofo staying right behind them, but... Oh, hey, got ahead. Okay. You know, as long as one of us does. Oh my god. Oh yeah, good old switchback. Yeah, this is giving me like Forza Horizon flashbacks, and not in a good way. It's like you think, man, you can try to get one, but they're just statted up enough that they can keep a step ahead of you, even if you do try to outrace them. Finally. Well, as long as Nick gets the victory, right, I can be in second, that's fine. Hopefully he'll still give me the trophy for this, because it's a first overall for the group. It's a team first, that's what matters. Please give me this. I have been retrying this event for a good bit there. More than I have for any others. I feel like the others I've maybe retried once. This is the one where I've actually retried a few times. Hey, we did it. Every time attack in the career. Swear to God if this thing doesn't give me a trophy, because I did not get pole position myself. Great, yeah, gave me a silver trophy, because I didn't personally get first. The heck with that. We're just moving on. Maybe I'll get gold in my own time. Or maybe I'll just, like, give myself infinite flashbacks and come back to that one. Maybe I'll do that, since it is a single event. I can just jump back in there and do that.
So now we turn our attention to Kristen, our expert on all things motorsport, and our...
Hopefully this won't be an even more squirrely car. Wide as heck, though. Out of my way, you dinguses.
Just stay out of their way. Then keep down.
Shut up. How do I stay out of their way when this is like a fucking thin-ass track to begin with? Okay. I think I'm going to restart.
Welcome to Okatama for today's event.
Clearly, just being aggressive isn't going to help things here. I wonder if this is like one of those instances where maybe it would be beneficial for me to just do the qualifying run so that I can score high, I can place high, and just have to worry about driving well and not having to get ahead of everyone. Since that seems to be like the main source of frustration here. If I just did the qualifying run and started in a better position, then I wouldn't have to worry about all this to begin with. Maybe I should do that. Give myself infinite flashbacks, and then I'll come back to the other event. This car definitely does not feel as squirrely as the Nissan does, so I feel reasonably confident that I'll be able to take first here. I say that as my car goes into a hell of a swerve there. Oh my god, it's like a single mistake and suddenly, like, everyone gets to freak ahead of me. And they just, like, effectively block me from gaining any positions. I hate this track, I hate this track, I hate this track, I hate this track, I hate this track. What was even that? Why does my car just suddenly decide to go do a pirouette? Physics, what are you doing? Now just like went to a dead stop. Okay, you know what? You know what? Can I change the options here? Gameplay, difficulty, Yep. We're doing it. Difficulty changes will take effect in the next race, or if you restart the current race. Yep, we're restarting it. We're starting it right now. Enough of this. What was it before? Was it at easy or was it at very easy? I didn't check. But hopefully this will be enough for me to just, like, get past them. Just need Diego to get the hell out of my way.
Come on, I think you've hit them one too many times.
Okay, you know what?
From the mountains to the sea.
Screw it. Qualifier. We're doing a qualifier. It's gonna double the time, but considering how many times I've had to restart this, maybe I could have avoided all this by just qualifying to begin with. What's the target time? 4 minutes 5 seconds. All right. I think I can manage that. So I can just, like, start in the front of the pack. I don't have to worry about fighting my way past everyone in thin-ass roads in this wide-ass car. Has anyone else had a moment like that where you just get, like, so kind of fed up with the game, you just turn everything down just so you can power your way past it? Or perhaps you just, like, decide to kind of put it down there and then maybe take a break. I feel like that's maybe what I would do. That's what I should do, but, like, so close to the end, I don't want to end this without having completed the invitationals. Okay, maybe once I get through this, I'll go back and do the other Okutama hill climb on this difficulty. Just do a qualifier and then do the race again. It's nice to be able to drive and not have to worry about, like, a giant wall of cars in front of you and behind you. Just hoping I'm, like, driving well enough that I'll be able to get myself a high position. If not first, at least close to first, so I have fewer positions to catch up to. I think I'm in good standing, a little over halfway through. Current race time is like 2 minutes. Certainly could be worse. Alright, we'll take this one a bit more slowly. You know what? Incidentally, I think this particular incident has also made up my mind. Maybe I will, at the very least, stop streaming Grid 2019 from here. I'll definitely go through, like, the DLC content, but I'll do that on my own time. It's, like, mostly the same stuff anyway. Alright. 10% of the race to go, and we got like 30 seconds to kind of cover that distance, so feeling pretty confident actually. We'll be able to get a good starting position here, perhaps even the best starting position. Alright, there we go. Pole position secured. Let's finish this goddamn race already.
Kristen, tell us a little something about Okutama. One of our drivers. Alright, we'll get back to that shortly because it's time to get started. They're killing it off the line.
Oh, you know it. See, it'll be just like the time attack, except I don't have to worry about fighting my way to the front of the pack. I just gotta drive, man. Just gotta drive. And maybe not hit the walls too much because the AI will absolutely take the opportunity to pass me if I slow up at certain spots. Like, I can block him too. I can block him as long as I stay on the racing line. Is it just me, or did that, like, section of the tunnel sounded like people chanting for a bit there? Or people just going, oh? Kind of sounded like a person to me. Might be just me, though. Maybe it's just my delirium getting to me. So I am so close to finishing the Grid 2019 career. Kind of like a frustrating part, right? When you're just like kicking butt left and right, and then you hit that one roadblock that just somehow gives you an immense amount of trouble. Find yourself just kind of throwing yourself at it again and again and again. You know, you will eventually get past it, but it's less like a feeling of satisfaction and more like a feeling of relief. It's like, thank God that's over. I can just get back to, like, you know, the more fun stuff. Seriously, what is it about Okutama that the AI just seems like way more competent? I feel like there's other races, even if I started in the back of the pack, I was able to kind of get my way to the front. It's not too much issue. It has to be a combination of, like, the more narrow roads, along with, like, just the track just being more technical in general. Kinda am. I'm getting a little impatient here. And I know the saying goes, haste makes waste, but I just wanna get through this. I just wanna move past it. I wanna drive past it. I'm gonna get my trophy and go. I wonder if this is what they call, like, sunk cost fallacy. I'm trying to be speedy, move things along, but I end up trying so many times that I end up wasting more time than I would have if I just done a qualifier to begin with and then had a slightly easier time with just racing at the front of the pack. Maybe this is like one of those things Forza does pretty well. At least Forza Motorsport 23. Let you choose your starting point and then give you the credits bonus if you can, like, get podium from where you start. And then if you do a qualifying lap there, they'll give you like a projected outcome of where they think you'll end up if you choose to start at that spot, so you can sort of better gauge if you think the risks are worth the rewards. There we go. Proper first place. Alright, I'll take it. That's right. Give me my experience, give me my money, and then we're gonna swing on back and change the outcome of that other event. Hopefully they'll still award me like a gold trophy. Hopefully the only requirement is that you get first personally. Okay, good it is. Oh, it even had a star in the trophy. I didn't realize that, despite every other trophy having it. Alright, yeah, we're getting in here. We're gonna change history, as it were. This Nissan Silva race will have a different outcome when I am done with it.
Hello and welcome to today's event. Kristen, what have we got in store here?
You have to remember, this car is more squirrely, so can't just like punch my way through everything like I could with the other cars. Oh, even the target time is like kind of reflects that. 4 minutes 22 seconds instead of 4 minutes 5. Like, I imagine it's like partially that and the speed as well. Yeah, like speed in general. Moments like those that make me wonder if I'll be able to get a high qualifying position to start. Yeah, it's like places like these where you really gotta take it slow or be good at drifting, I guess. Tracks like these makes me miss like the drift into 2G events they had in the older Grid games. Man, I wish I could find like a copy of Autosport somewhere. It would just be like a key, or I don't know, I guess if Switch still has it, maybe I'll play it there. Like, who knows, maybe they delisted it by now. Maybe they haven't. We'll see. I do wonder though, what racing game should I play after Grid? Probably won't be like a regulation racing type of game, because it's been like almost 10 weeks of this, and this is also coming after like another 10 weeks of Forza Motorsport 2023 with a little bit of a break in between. I might try for like a more fantastical racing game. Not quite sure what though. Kind of went through a lot of them already. Kind of like the pinch point. I got like lots of games in my library. I'll probably have something picked out by next week. Don't know what it'll be, but it'll be something, that's for sure. Even if I have to like tap into the Game Pass reserves for it. Well, actually, we are close to the end here. 15% to go. Still got like a full minute to kind of hit the first place qualifier time, so I think we'll be okay. It is the very easy difficulty does also give us infinite flashbacks, so to worry about that. This is pretty much turned into like Forza Motorsport. There we go, full 20 seconds faster. Alright, that's it. Come on. Load. Load so I can get through this race and kick all your butts and then finally move on to the final 3.
It's race day and Kristen. Hold on, sorry. It looks like things are about to get underway.
Yes, everyone will be very sorry once I finally claim my rightful place on the throne. Like you, Axel, who said you could get ahead of me. Get back here, you son of a... I swear to God, if this guy spends the entire race just like barely ahead of me, I'm going to be very annoyed. Let this guy get even like a better start out of the gate than I did, seriously. Or is this race just programmed specifically to have the one AI that's just measurably better than the rest of the group? What is it about this track that makes them all very scarily competent? Yeah, Nick just push ahead there too. Just me, or did the radio like do a cutout thing? Feels like that actually makes sense if it did. If they didn't just like make the operator guy silent for some reason. Getting a little careless here. Can't squander the lead, even though I got like a pretty good one, actually. That's fine. Oh no, they're gonna get ahead of me. Okay, let's let's run that back. We'll try it again. Oh yeah, that was it's like a wombo combo of blows. Oh, we're halfway there. This time we're not quite living on a prayer. We're kind of like, kind of pretty far ahead here. I mean, I know this is very easy, so yes, of course, but still. It's strangely cathartic. After it feels like the competition just kept on holding me back. It's like, haha, who's holding back who now? I'm certainly not holding back anyone. You're all free to try to catch up to me. But that's not gonna happen, so haha, eat it. Eat it, eat it. Open up your mouth and feed it. Have some more chicken, have some more ham. I don't care if it's fried or with Spam. I don't know if those are like the actual lyrics, but that's what comes to mind. I'm not sure if anyone else is able to tell, but it feels like the game kind of is hitching here and there too. Personally hoping it at least holds out until I can get these final 3 races done. Or if it's just like the nature of the track itself. Like it doesn't normally kind of render this much of an area in a single go. Yeah, actually seeing a bit of draw distance too. They're hiding it. They're hiding it like here and there, but I feel like there are certain parts where I see like they're just like rendering the mountain on the go. Okay. That's it, we're done. Come on, give me my experience, give me my rewards, and then I'm getting the heck out of here. I got 3 more events, and it's... stream is starting to get a little long in the tooth here. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that I was so close to the end, yeah, just that, I probably would have... maybe I should have just, like, kind of brought it in at the halfway point. Maybe that has something to do with it. 5 hours of streaming, 5 hours of racing. That's usually longer than I go for. Especially when it comes to racing. Alright, got our gold trophy there. What's next? Group 7 face-off? Yeah, let's do it. 1 rounder. How many laps? How long is the track? 3 laps? Okay, we're normal length here. I think I could do this without a qualifier. It's not Okutama, so they shouldn't be as cracked. At least I hope they won't be as cracked. If they end up being cracked, then maybe I'll just like bite the bullet, do qualifier, so I can just stay ahead of them. It is only 1 lap, so it'll be a much quicker qualifier, that's for sure.
And the Grid World Series comes to a town that is no stranger to motorsport. Kristen,
Once again, driving in wide-ass cars, but the track is also wider, so maybe this won't be so bad. Oh, man. Okay, this will be my chance. It's like something my friends do too, and it always throws me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I'm just like too polite to try to block my opponents. It's like, yeah, you pass me, yeah, sure, alright. I don't quite have the skills to try to keep you from passing me, so just pass me, I guess. are spoofed pretty quickly though, especially on this outer ring section where you can just like hit the gas and, you know, if I had like better ability at control, I could not spin out, but I am. Yeah, this will be over before we know it.
Good start. Hold the lead.
See how that announcer is freaking out for a minute there. Oh man, they are going really too fast, and oh wait, no, they slowed down in time. Whew, okay. You know, I never checked to see if this game has like options for announcer subtitles. That might have been fun to have, at least. Get an idea of what they're saying, see what kind of feedback they're trying to give me out here. Here we go, time to fly again. Oh yeah, we're gonna fly. So very high, just like a butterfly. Something, something, something. I want to get away, I want to get away.
Stop. Hold the lead. Last lap.
Well, and definitely can tell I'm being a bit more reckless here too. Just out of like a misguided desire to wrap things up more quickly. Should be much more set here, because barring another surprise Okutama track, see anything quite as harrowing presenting itself. Except maybe at like the final one. Maybe they'll give us like final set of super duper cracked racers. We will see. I wish I could do like the swerve finishes like I do in Forza Horizon. My favorite things to do, just like kind of hit the e-brake and then go sideways into the finish line and just watch the car just like go sideways as well. It's amusing, at least. So yeah, you know the routine here. Here's your experience, here's your rewards, here's the results, here's the driving. Alright, 2 more to go. We're closing into the end here. Group 7 Face-Off Part 2. 1.47 miles, oh man. So this is gonna be a quick one. The absolute trudge that is Okutama. This is very welcome.
What a fantastic lineup we have for the main event. Kristen, before we get up...
Oh, I caused that other car to absolutely flip out. Okay, fine, I'll follow the track. Starting to get a little too hasty here. As if that ultimately wasn't happening, but... Motherfuckers, stop staying behind me. Let me pass. overtaking at like a good clip, so I'm not like falling into despair. Right? It's not like I like, you know, mess up a little bit and suddenly like 3 cars just blast ahead of me.
1 lap down, and you're in third.
Got time for this, man. We're like halfway through the race. I just need you to get out of the way so I can take my first place. Thank you. Okay. Steady, steady. Alright. 1 more to go. It'll be over before you know it.
Hold the lead through to the end now.
Oh yeah, we're closing in here. You know what? I'll take it. That's a good enough finish. Oh man. Good amount of credits from that too. That's right, this is for Sunoco and Porsche and Audi, I guess, because that's the livery I was racing with. Well, we've done it. The final event of the Invitational against Amorosa, or is it Aurora Motorsport? Yeah, Aurora, right. AM, AM is like the initials. Anyways, let's just do this. Let's get in here. 2 laps, 2.5 miles. Yep, against a... It's another 2-on-2. Alright. So all we gotta do is defeat them. And we finally become the default career winners in the land. Sounds easy enough, right? Taking a bit to load here. Oh, I say that just as the track loads. Yeah, I know Kristen very, very well. Oh, it's 2 laps, okay. It's a little less time to kind of, you know, make our way here. Hey, just like that. We're good. Time for the victory laps. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh man, they got confetti on the road just all the way. Okay, just on that section of the track where it probably makes most sense. Because imagine the audience just throwing it out there, I guess. Although that seems kind of dangerous, doesn't it? What if the paper just like gets in an engine or something? Imagine that'll completely mess up the probably very delicate mechanisms in there. Ah well, it's a video game. Shouldn't worry too much about it. Just keep on and keeping on. Look at that red, white, and blue confetti. Gives you a reminder of what you're fighting for.
Final lap.
Or at the very least, it just gives a sense of finality to the whole thing. All right, we're not gonna rewind that. Keep rolling. We spun out. We ended the spin out in a good spot. We can keep going from here. They have closed the gap by quite a bit. But that's okay. We'll still be ahead of them. Lap time's about 1.5 minutes, so we'll be done with this before you know it. We're already halfway through this lap. The other half will be pretty quick. Oh yeah, we're doing it! The home stretch! Oh my god, it's all going to be over very soon! There we have it! First place, baby! Got 3 achievements. Every career event and invitational, and the 2 others that I didn't read until before they disappeared. But it's probably less like, you know, get first in every event and complete every event in the base career. Probably something like that. Yeah, baby. Yeah, here we go. Every Group 7 specials finished 3rd or above in all invitational events in the career. I did even better than that. I got all gold trophies. So, ha! Eat it. Eat it. Grid 2019 career. I'm finally done with you. Got myself a whole trophy case full of gold trophies. Oh man, okay. Congratulations, you achieved gold in all events. Oh, that's satisfying. I appreciate they acknowledged that as well. Just like a little nod, right? Just a little bit, just to let you know, hey, you did it! Well done! Yeah, look at that. Alright, so... comparable to the base career, you got like the 15 events in each discipline, and then like the sort of DLC showdown up here. Format does not change between seasons, but yeah, I think I will do the DLC seasons on my own time. We'll call it for Grid 2019. All golds in the career. I think this is a good note to end it on. So, hey. Again, as I said when I completed the World Series, solid mechanics. I wish there were more variety in the events. Give us more than race and time attack. I imagine it probably didn't get too much since it was like long time since auto sports, so maybe they didn't want to hedge their bets too much on a new grid, but I guess it did well enough. They came out with Legends, which admittedly went in a completely different direction. I do want to try that, but I will probably wait until I get my live 2D model before I touch Legends. So I will start another racing game next week. I will decide on that hopefully by Monday, and I will put that on schedule. But for now, I'm going to take a much needed break. Oh man. Been streaming for almost 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours just to get gold in every event. It was worth it though. That second of acknowledgement they gave us there. It'll at least make a good screenshot for Twitter and Blue Sky. Alright. Yeah, that'll do it for Grid 2019 and for this stream. Yeah, thanks to everyone who came by and watched, even if you like just took a glimpse. or you hung around and chatted. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'll be back on Friday. We will go ahead and conclude Aiko's choice there. One big mission, one little mission, and then like a ending scene of sorts, and then that'll be it for Shadow Tactics. Oh my god, we're wrapping up Shadow Tactics and Grid 2019 in the same week, which means next week is gonna be all new stuff. Oh boy, you ready for this? Well, I hope you'll be ready for it, whether you want to or not. Okay, let's go look for someone to raid. Of course, that means I have to put up some music, because the sound won't cut out. So let me do that. I think I know what I want to do. It's not this. I was trying to find like Rise from Your Grave footage for channel point redeem. That's like another thing I want to do if I make the switch to Live 2D, because I'm using Streamlabs at the moment, and I've heard that's like an extreme resource hog. I want to swap over to OBS. Not only will that be, less taxing on the computer, might be more flexible with doing things like channel point redeem, so that'll be exciting. Dang it, where's oh, here we go. Yeah, man, so out of it. But alright, we're not gonna do Grid 2019 music because they only have like 2 tracks. So I have Remnant 2 on the brain. I'm just gonna do Remnant 2 track. I think I know a good track for this because we are at the end. So let's play some credits music from Remnant 2. Let's see. Personal challenge. Let's see if I can find a raid target before this song ends. Won't that be exciting? Oh, here it is. Okay. The heck is going to be on at this hour? I'll find someone. I'll find someone. Someone's playing Payday 2. Perhaps not too surprised, because, that's old, reliable game packed to the gills with content. Oh snap, someone's playing Gears of War 4. It's not something you see too often. There's World of Tanks. Oh, I've seen quite a few supermarket simulator streams. I saw my brother pick that up, although he hasn't quite gotten into it. He's been more playing Balatro, another game he's picked up, another game I want to eventually pick up at some point, but that's like another game I've put it into the list of games I will play after Live 2D. I have like 2 lists in my head right now, before Live 2D and after Live 2D. I feel like it all hinges on that Live 2D once I get that. Once I get that, I feel like I can really start popping off there. Okay, I think I might have found someone. I don't remember if I've raided them before, but... Must have. Yeah, maybe I'll go raid the other person. Don't think I've done them yet, and... Alright. Looks like they're in the middle of stuff, so they're probably not going to wrap up soon, so let's see if I can raid into them. I think the song is about to end soon, so... Oh, no, that's edit stream info. Here we go. Can we see if this raid goes through? Alright, cool. Yuffie is playing Payday 2. So, hey, have fun with that. Why not? Probably need money to fund this racing shindig somehow, I guess. I don't know. Raid message. What should our raid message be? It's late. I don't feel like thinking too hard about this. There. Alright, if you're joining on the raid, give them gold raid. Otherwise, have a good rest of your week. I'll see you on Friday for the conclusion to Shadow Tactics. Blades of the Shogun, Aiko's Choice. Yeah, take care. I don't know. I think I might enjoy the DL seasons a little bit more on my off time. At the very least, I can just, like, go through a little bit here and there. Might take longer for me to just, like, get through all of it, but I'll get through all of it. Like I said, I enjoy the racing fundamentals, so it can be something I can do as, like, just a head empty kind of game while I'm listening to streams and podcasts and stuff, right? Alright, y'all take care now.